Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Timestamps will be included in the description below, of course, after the fact, because today we're going to be doing our yearly community excommunication ceremony. Oh boy, I am so excited. Now, with that being said, you may notice something is a little bit different. You know, I don't know if you can figure out what it would be. But there's definitely something different. Can anyone take a gander? What do you think might be different? I'm just saying. Guys, I said I was gonna learn makeup, like, years ago and never got around to it. Then I sort of half-assed it and decided, you know what, I'm gonna do some, good old mascara. I mean, a little bit of mascara can't hurt. And then I did that for a while. My girlfriend is teaching me makeup. So this is literally the first time I've done, I don't know if I would even say a full face of makeup because my foundation has not arrived in the mail yet. But what did I put on? I put on some, obviously lipstick, obviously eyeliner, obviously mascara is one of the things, primer, which takes like 1 second to put on, a little bit of concealer, the tiniest amount of contour just for the nose, and a tiny bit of blush. But with that being said, I hope I didn't do the worst job. It's my first time, okay? It's my first time. But with that being said, hello, May Surly. Congratulations on being the first person in chat. Hello, Femyoz, Mac and Cheese, Uriel Hernandez, Yoshi Alicorn, Meltmax Gaming, saying Goth Mommy, yo, true. Mac and Cheese, Goth Girl on my screen, hell yeah. I would say I'm more goth light. Hello, Leafy Era, 86, Peter, Daniel Barry, Magic Mama, Tubian, hope you're all doing well. Hello, Kimmy, saying white foundation. Nah, I don't know. I forgot. It is a very light color of foundation that'll arrive in the mail, but just hasn't arrived yet. But yeah, hello, Kimmy. Hello, Cheetah Man. Hello, Kai's Chilling. Hello, Miss Hotel Girl. Hello, Bug Van. OMG, a stream with only Femi based. Fair enough. Hello, thank you, Mac and Cheese, for the $2, you beautiful fucking bastard. Saying, girl out here looking absolutely lovely. Thank you. Hello, Seska, good to see you again as well. But guys, we have a lot of great stuff, okay? A lot of great stuff is gonna happen, okay? Smash like if you're excited for today's stream. All right, we're at 10 likes, 27 people watching. Smash like right now, you can fix that, I know. Did you see we finally got a Seska mention from Firescat? Yo, congratulations. Hello, Luffy Duffy, saying, hello, I think this is the earliest I've been. I love your makeup so much. Thank you. Oh dear, who is this about? Oh, you're gonna see very shortly. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited. But, we'll get into that in a minute or two, okay? Don't you worry. We have a lot of great stuff. But yeah, this is my first attempt at doing goth makeup. My girlfriend guided me through it, so hopefully I did good. I kind of messed up on the eyeliner a little bit. It's like slightly uneven, I think, but that's okay. My hair kind of covers it, so it's fine. My hair is uneven to make up for it, okay? But yeah, I made a few mistakes, but I think overall it's not the worst. It could be worse, you know? I was going to like stream, but I'm not poaching your viewers. Or sorry, I was going to stream, but I'm not going to poach viewers. Fair enough. Feel free to stream if you want. What primer do you use? I don't remember. I forgot. I forgot. But it takes like 2 seconds to put on. Like you don't have to use that much. Much Excite? Yes. Yes. So, with that being said, and without Femi, can I make a suggestion? Yeah, go for it. And then we'll get right into the main meat and juice and potatoes, if you will. Okay? Because that's what we're here for. It's probably not going to be a long stream. Use dark red lipstick instead of black. Maybe. Depends on the outfit. But I don't think it would go with this outfit. I'm not going to lie. Okay, but guys, first of all, smash like. Also, second of all, thank you, Mac and Cheese, for the additional 5. Saying, girly, happy Pride Month. Love for my trans sisters, fighting for you, hell yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, we are not joined by my girlfriend, aka Doll of Envy, today. And the reason for that is because she is sleeping. She is on call, but she's muted. Because she needs to sleep. But yeah, with that being said, we're gonna get also, why the fuck is Uncle Gums known Lolcow freak in my chat? Get out of here. Thank you, May Surly, for the $1.43, saying Gothios rules the night. Hell yeah. I'm glad you guys enjoy. Black liner, red lip, and blend. It's really pretty. Alright, bet. I'll have to keep that in mind. But again, I don't have red lipstick right now. I had to spend like $140 or no, $150, $160, I think, on makeup, if I'm not mistaken. Shit's expensive. I don't want to buy any more, okay? I'm sorry. But yeah. No, I def believe you. But guys, without further ado, let's get straight into the main meat and potatoes. Now, with that being said, some of you may or may not be familiar with this individual. Now, if you're not, this person is known as Manta. She was in my community. She's a trans girl, though very obviously hasn't started HRT yet. Nothing wrong with that. Obviously, not everyone's gonna have access to it. They're not the most attractive individual, to say the very least. They may or may not have a few facial flaws, but that's besides the point, okay? Before I brutalize them for their appearance, let's get into what they've actually done. Now, this is somebody that I was going to move in with, for the record, okay? Because I currently live with my parents. Now, my living situation right now is my parents want me out of that house, especially my dad. Sometimes my dad can be a little bit angry. A little bit on the angry side, threatens to kick me out sometimes. And, that's not something I want to have happen. So one of the things I did and how I started interacting with this person was in the announcement section of my Discord, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember this correctly, and maybe I'm wrong about this detail, it's not that important, was I did an announcement in my Discord pinging everyone basically saying, yo, I'm fucking terrified. I don't know what to do. I need a place to stay. This person right here was the first person to DM me, okay? So that's how we started interacting with each other. And then it got to a point where it's like, okay, we're going to move in with each other. Everything's going to go great. We were going to move in by the end of December / beginning of January, okay? That was the plan. Somewhere from December 20th to January 10th. Obviously, that didn't happen. And we're getting into why in a little bit. Now, without further ado, let's get into the screenshots, okay? Now, for context, and this is not something that I wanted to have to share about myself, okay? All right, but for context, and this is something that some of you may or may not... Let me drink water and then we'll do this, okay? I'm a little bit anxious about this. Now, for context, and this is something that some of you may already be aware of. I'm not sure how many of you are or aren't aware of this, but I don't want to share this, but the spiteful part of me that wants to out this person for being a fucking freak supersedes the self-preservation part of myself. So some of you may already be aware of the fact that something I do, and oftentimes it's involuntary, is age regress, okay? Not really anything I can do about that. Generally, it's associated with people that don't have the best childhoods. I think you can guess what mine was like. Not the best. And it's something that's happened on stream when I was doing ketamine, so I don't really care that much about sharing it because nobody gave a fuck. So it's like, when I did ketamine, I involuntarily regressed then. Had to make it members only or private. I don't remember which one I did, or maybe I enlisted it. Either way, it's not the best kept secret, but now it's just kind of openly a fact about me, okay? Now, something you don't do when somebody is in little space is sexualize them, okay? That is the worst thing you can do because they have the mental capacity and faculties of a literal child in that case, okay? So what did Manta decide would be a really good idea, okay? Well, what Manta decided would be a really good idea was, well, what's a good way of putting it? She decided to creepily moan into the microphone, gooning while I was in little space, okay? Now, let me find the screenshot. We're going to go through those screenshots first, okay? Okay, these are all out of order, I'm afraid. What the fuck? Okay, this is pissing me off. We're gonna go back. Oh, maybe now it'll be in order? What is this? What is this? Nope, this is, wait, these are all in the wrong order. Ah, shit. I did this wrong. I messed this up. Dude, I messed this up big time. Wait, no. Sort by name? Maybe that'll make it better? Okay, I'm sorry, chat. Dude, I'm fumbling the bag here. Okay, this is better. Very sorry about that. Okay, let's try this again. So, long story short, what happened is I have a little bit of a secret server, okay? Now, something I do is I fall asleep in VCs quite frequently. And one of the things that causes me to age regress, I hate having to fucking out myself for this, but for the sake of outing this person as a fucking freak, I have no other choice. Now, I was in a VC while I was very sleepy and very clearly in little space with another person, okay? Manta joins the VC. I say hi. Very clearly in little space. She's muted. The second she unmutes, she starts creepily moaning into the microphone and gooning, which is a very strange thing to do first thing in the VC. And when me and the other person are very, very clearly uncomfortable, and I ask, why are you gooning into the microphone? Their response was, oh, well, I'm not touching myself. It's all in my head, so it doesn't count. Okay? Eventually, they end up leaving the VC. I'm creeped the fuck out, right? Because I was in little space. And here's the conversation that followed. Okay? And also, thank you, Mac and Cheese, for the $10 saying, for your troubles on talking about this miserable human being. Thank you so much. Okay? So let's see what they had to say in response. Did they take accountability? Fuck no. Sorry. Thought I was safe to be open and myself in an NSFW channel I've been fine in before. Thanks for making me sound like a creep. Okay? So then I respond. Okay? Just because it's an NSFW channel doesn't mean you should join and randomly start gooning within the first nanosecond, not reading the room or anything. Have some fucking standards, my god. Now, for context, it was an NSFW channel, but the reason that channel is NSFW is not to randomly join and start gooning. It's basically so that if the conversation naturally progresses to that, it can. And if you're joining the VC, if you're the person joining, that's something to expect. It does not mean join the VC, don't read the room, and start gooning into the microphone. Okay? Let's continue with my response. Have some fucking standards, my god. You made yourself sound like a creep. You are better than this. Do better. You are acting like the kind of person in the blank community. I don't want to out what kink Manta is into, okay? But it's a kink community that we make fun of, okay? In the future, don't join a VC to immediately start gooning without reading the room first and making it about yourself. You completely killed the vibe. And don't try to justify it by being like, oh, I was just being myself. No, you were making it about yourself and being incredibly disrespectful, okay? Reasonable response from yours truly. So, what does she say in response? I'm ashamed in myself, left, and understand why people are upset. I misread the community, I guess. I wrongfully assumed people wouldn't be in a sensitive state in the adult section of the server. So, not only is this a wrong assumption, it's fucking stupid considering the fact that I was very clearly in little space. For the record, when I'm in little space, I don't talk the same way, right? This isn't something I do on stream for my own safety, by the way. In fact, it's not something that I wanted to really be public about myself, but again, I feel like I gotta out this person as being a fucking creep. And we'll get into why I'm doing this stream. Don't you worry. Anyways, let's continue. And I, in no way, was intending to make anyone uncomfortable. Okay, well, you did. So maybe take some accountability instead of being like, oh, sorry, I thought I was safe to be opened and myself. You don't understand. I was just being myself when I was creepily gooning into the microphone. Okay, well then, you as a person suck if that's you. I'm just saying. Let's continue. So I respond by saying, I understand, just read the room next time, okay? Then they say that blanks in blank, me and blank started dating too, okay? Not sure how that's related at all. So then I explain, I elaborate. The point of the adult section is that it can naturally shift the NSFW stuff, or so that if someone joins, it might already be NSFW, so they should potentially expect that. But if it's going to shift that way, it's got to happen naturally, not when I'm obviously in little space, okay? So what's their response to it? I couldn't turn that off that fast. I was already really in a mood. As I said, I misread the community. So, and then the rest is unrelated. It's like, so they continue, in case that wasn't bad enough of a response, okay? Sorry for missing you and being in like a crazy hormonal daze. Femi, I was uncontrollably rolling around on my back and purring. My self-control was obliterated in whatever headspace that was. I did not mean to make anyone upset. But buddy, what do you mean you didn't have self-control? If you can't control your sexual urges, there's something wrong with you. You're the problem there. Just saying. Thank you, Mac and Cheese, for the two saying, no, you don't understand. I can't control myself. Very true. That is unironically their excuse, is that they can't control their sexual urges. Okay? So then I quote them saying, sorry for missing you. Again, this is disingenuous as fuck. That's obviously not what anyone has an issue with. I do. Okay. Interesting response. So, I'm going to be charitable as fuck here in my initial response, because I was trying to see them in the best light possible. So here's what I had to say. I don't think you're even being intentionally manipulative when you say I'm sorry for missing you, but it's manipulative as fuck. Are you aware of that? No one has an issue with you missing me. When you couch your apology in, I'm sorry for the thing that's obviously not bad or problematic, and also the thing that wasn't my fault, it's manipulative. I love and care about you, but that also means I need to call out maladaptive behaviors as I see them. Okay? Reasonable. At least I think it's reasonable. Why does everyone think I'm trying to coerce them when I explain myself? Okay. So I respond by saying, if everyone thinks you're manipulative, then do some self-reflection, Manta. I am giving you the benefit of the doubt and assuming it's instinctual on your end and not even something you do intentionally. I'm not trying to come up with excuses. I feel guilty. I just scatter internally when people I care about are mad at me. Do you feel guilty for missing me? I would certainly hope not, but that's what you started the apology with. Why would you start the apology with that? My tone in the beginning would have been sarcastic and mildly flirtatious. Me and text tone don't mix, remember? Okay, was anything about the message here flirtatious? Was this flirtatious? Sorry for missing you and being in a crazy hormonal daze. Femi, I was uncontrollably rolling around my back and purring. My self-control was obliterated in whatever headspace that was. I didn't mean to make anyone upset. Okay, was that message sarcastic and mildly flirtatious? Or was that them coming up with a bunch of bullshit? Because something tells me it's the latter. Okay? So then I'm like, time and place. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. I keep fumbling shit. Again, how is any of what they said lightening the mood? Okay? So then I quote that and say, lightening the mood and being flirtatious makes absolutely zero sense, given the other inferential and contextual content of this message. Right? In response to the one I already reread. In a response to them saying that they keep fumbling shit, I say, so it seems. Then I respond to them saying, why does everyone think I'm trying to coerce them when I explain myself? Okay? And then I say, ask this again, but to yourself this time, and not as a rhetorical question. Okay? I really don't get it. I have never understood why everyone assumes I am against them. That's not what I said. Can you point me to the part of the conversation where I said you're against me? I said you were being manipulative, because you were. I never said you were against me. Yeah, you did. Yeah, huh? Engage with the conversation. You said that I thought I was against you. And then I say that that's not what I said. Like what? Engage in the conversation. Okay, so then they continue. Kai, blank fed me a blunt all morning. You're expecting me to have the right things to say while I'm dysregulated and stoned. Oh, don't worry, guys, okay? When they sexually harass people, it's because they're stoned. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys, okay? So I respond by saying, no, Manta, you're trying to say what you think I want to hear. That's exactly the problem, is you trying to have the right things to say rather than simply doing the right thing and being honest and straightforward. I'm being honest. It digs me into a trench every time. I basically incriminate myself. You mean like Firebat? Now, interestingly enough, Manta is terrified of being compared to Firebat, okay? Which is interesting because the parallels are uncanny, okay? Let's continue. I don't mean to. I don't lie to you. I tell you what I believe is the truth to the best of my knowledge. Okay. That's obviously a load of shit, but I digress. Is it too soon to come back? I still wanted to be around. Manta, you couched your quote-unquote apology in, I'm sorry for missing you. It wasn't my fault because I had no self... Sorry. Okay, what I'm about to say, I'm about to cook, okay? So let's reread their quote-unquote apology real quick, because of how important it is. Okay? Sorry for missing you, and being in like a crazy hormonal daze. Femi, I was uncontrollably rolling around on my back and purring. My self-control was obliterated. Okay? So let's go back to where we were. Okay? So I respond to that by saying, Manta, you couched your quote-unquote apology in, I'm sorry for missing you. It wasn't my fault because I just had no self-control. This sounds like something a rapist would say. If you don't have self-control, then don't join the VC. How am I supposed to respond to that? With some honest self-reflection and a plan to change your behavior. Okay? I feel like a piece of shit, and it kind of seems like I learned my lesson. We're going to get into why they didn't, but I digress. Okay? Don't worry. I don't know. It's almost like I live in a constant state of hypercritical self-analysis. Yeah, the issue is that Manta just doesn't have enough self-love. Much like Firebat, they're just too critical of themselves. Clearly, that's the issue here. That's what I say. That's why I say I don't know what to say to that. If I wasn't reflecting, I wouldn't care to even talk with you about it. Okay? So then I respond by saying, does, quote, I thought I was safe to be open and myself in an NSFW channel I've been fine in before. Thanks for making me sound like a creep. Sound like hypercritical self-analysis to you. Yeah, reasonable question from yours truly, by the way. Yeah, accountability nowhere to be seen. You're perpetuating this and making it a bigger problem by addressing it and dissecting it further. This isn't helping anything, is it? It's done nothing but escalate something I did on accident and have already expressed I'm going to be more mindful of and feel bad about. That's not an answer to the question I asked. Let's drop the topic until everyone involved isn't in an elevated state over it. That's also not an answer to the question I asked. Try again. This feels very antagonizing. Please be respectful. Nobody is going to respond positively to ridicule with an antagonistic tone. Respectful the way that you were when I was in Little Space? Oh wait, never mind. Kai, I'm trying to resolve this with you. If this was a leaked conversation between Firebat and another person, rather than me and you, I'd be reading this out loud on stream right now. Hello, that's what I'm doing, by the way. Holy foreshadowing. Just saying. This is an embarrassing display on your end. Do better. You're lucky I still care about you on some level, but I don't anymore. Okay? Thank you, Mac and Cheese for the 2 saying, baby trying to control the conversation. Aw. Who, me? I am not being cute. Okay, I am being big and scary when I do that, okay? Anyways. So then they say, threatening me is not the right move, Kai. Well, it's not a threat. Like, nobody was making a threat. I wasn't saying, do blank or else. Okay? Then interestingly, they say, I'm already scared of that. Then stop acting like Firebat. Stop comparing your partner to a rapist. Stop acting like one. You really think I'm that fucked? It was a mistake. I'm not doubling down, saying, oh, I was justified. No, I'm saying I fucked up, feel bad, and then elaborate on why I'm so off this morning so I can reflect on myself and be better. Right, making excuses is so much better. Excuses are deliberately to sway. I'm providing information. People with ADHD and autism get accused of making excuses when trying to explain themselves. I don't seem to have that issue. Manta, curious. By the way, I have both autism and ADHD. And at no point do I act like this. So it's just a bullshit excuse. So what's their excuse? So everyone with autism and ADHD present the same. Miss, I'm going to use anecdotal evidence to prove my claim. I'm disabled. Do disabled people cause inappropriate disruptions? Occasionally, yeah. Yes, 100%. There was impact. I'm trying to resolve it as calmly as I can within my ability. I sexually harassed people because I'm disabled a while ago. I feel like you're putting a lot of heat on me. You know I'd never harm anyone deliberately. You aren't helping this be resolved. You're antagonizing me. Just because people were harmed by a mistake I made doesn't mean you need to harm me in retaliation. No, you're just making excuses and trying to guilt trip people every time you do it accidentally. Okay? And then I follow it up by saying, me when I make a mistake, and the mistake in question is sexual harassment. And then I send this beautiful image of Erica Kirk on the Israeli shoe mobile, okay? It's the Israel mobile, okay? It's the Erica Kirk mobile. Let's fucking go. Glory to Israel. And then they just ask me why. Okay? Oh, shit. Okay, I think there might be a screenshot missing. Or maybe it's in the wrong order. Okay, there's a missing screenshot. It was basically me thinking that them saying that like something, if I really hated you, I could dox you or whatever the fuck. And then I'm like, well, doxing me would be a bad idea, right? Because it's within both of our best interests to not dox each other, right? And then they're like, oh no, I was just making a COD lobby reference. And I'm like, oh, all right. Assumptions make an ass out of you. So does sexually harassing people. Why do you keep framing it so I feel like shit? It feels like we can't properly talk about this because you're too focused on using buzzwords to label me. I love using buzzwords like sexual harassment and rape when they're accurate. It's great for holding people accountable. Did beating up the Nazis eradicate them for good? So obviously I was fucking flabbergasted here, saying, wait, are you comparing yourself to a Nazi? Because I kid you not, their response to this was, did beating up the Nazis eradicate them for good? No, so why are you being mean to me? That's unironically their argument. Yeah. Me when the mistake in question is sexual harassment. So here's their deflection. They're trying a different tactic now. Okay, so it isn't sexual harassment when you scream rape at the top of your lungs and make people who've been raped uncomfortable, parentheses redacted, because that's deliberate. No, so, obviously this is a fucking retarded equivalency. So I'm like, huh? We're actually equating the one in chat if you love rape meme to you joining in VC when I'm in little space and instantly gooting and creepily moaning into the microphone. What is wrong with you? For the record, one in chat if you love rape is a channel meme. That's not the same thing. You've taken me out of headspace with some pretty vile shit. Huh? Okay, sorry, we're back. Sorry about that. Sorry about the slight lag. Yo, thank you, Mac and Cheese, for the additional 5, saying, Hitler didn't mean to do mass genocide, his feelings got hurt. He thought he was safe to be himself. Yo, true. Fucking true. Anyways. Oh god, I thought I lagged. No, that was me. So anyways, where were we? Right. I remember. Can you stop trying to frame me? You meow at people and purr. Oh, listen up, folks of America, okay? Alright? Calling someone out for sexual harassment is framing them, and you're not allowed to do it if you meow at people or purr into the microphone. Huh? You don't understand, okay? While it is true that I was creepily moaning into the microphone, you meowed at someone. I don't think I have to explain why this is fucking retarded. So I obviously respond saying, yeah, which is the same as creepily moaning into the microphone, of course. No one is framing you. You're not a victim here. I wasn't trying to be creepy. I'm sorry I made you uncomfortable, Kai. Thank you. Finally, an apology with no excuses. So surely this is the end of it, right? Oh, nope, sorry. My mistake. I still don't understand why people call my elaboration excuses, because if I was making an excuse to deflect blame and accountability to deliberately be a piece of shit, I would say, I didn't do it, you're gaslighting me, get doxxed, go fuck yourself genuinely, and I don't do that to people. Thought I was safe to be open to myself, and so then I quote them again, being like, thought I was safe to be open to myself in an NSFW channel. I've been fine before, thanks for making me sound like a creep. It's just a simple elaboration, no excuses here. Right? And this is the thing that I was referencing earlier. So these screenshots are slightly out of order, unfortunately. Right? So I'm like, I'd rather we not dox each other. That would be bad for the both of us. I'm not insinuating that. I was making a COD lobby reference. Oh, all right. Assumptions make an ass out of you. So does sexually harassing people. Okay. So then we already read those. So, my bad. Slightly out of order. So in response to me being like, are you comparing yourself to a Nazi? They say, compassion even to those who have wronged you. Solves so many problems. I like to lead with negotiation, not prosecution. Yo, thank you Mac and Cheese for the $2 saying meow. Yo, that's sexual harassment. You're not allowed to say that. I'm gonna have to permanently ban you now, because that's like the same thing as creepily moaning to the microphone. So, yeah. So then I respond being like, yeah, we need more compassion for Nazis and rapists, apparently. Crazy work. Okay? No, you're manipulating the context to say that. But okay, Kai. Truth nuke. I'm using my manipulation tactics right now. It feels like you want to have an altercation over this, like it excites you, and I don't know why you're doing it. It's like, well, because you're fucking deflecting. Also, I'm not manipulating the context to say that. Because you compare yourself to the Nazis. And I'm like, no, we don't need more compassion for Nazis or rapists or terrible people like that, actually. So, anyways. So then I respond with this beautiful speech bubble. Clearly I was taking them very seriously still. But yeah. So anyways, let's continue. And this is why I don't tell you anything anymore. You can only be serious when you're hammering people into the dirt. So then I respond with this meme. Very beautiful. Charlie Kirk versus Iron Man meme. And you're gonna take that as me sympathizing with all the bad people you A-log that I obviously think are disgusting too. Well, no, I just think that you're the same as them. But that's besides the point. And then I respond with another beautiful image, which is this one. Okay? So that's about it. So they type up a storm for an hour, never send me a message. I think they ended up sending me like some like unfunny meme or some shit. I forgot. Anyways. Let's move on to the next thing. Okay? So this is a little bit less recent. Okay? And I want to read this for context. So obviously this was somebody that I was going to move in with. Okay? So this is going to be a little bit less interesting, but that's okay. All right. So I say, how long until y'all move to blank? Okay. We're getting jobs to afford our car, or actually, you know what? Let's do a different voice. Okay. How long until y'all move to blank? We're getting jobs to afford our car. Okay. I don't know how much longer I can convince my parents for. My ability to articulate things can only get me so far. We're like in more than 1K in debt. Blank's door dashing insane hours as we speak to afford car payments. What exactly am I supposed to tell my dad who's getting increasingly impatient? Oh, hi dad, by the way, I'm going to be staying here indefinitely and I have no idea when I'm moving out because the people I'm moving in with are $1,000 in debt. Don't worry though. Moving in with them is a very good idea. I'm anxious as fuck. There's been so much information you just haven't gotten because we don't often get chances to get a hold of you. What they mean by that is they send me unfunny memes and I don't respond. And that, like, it's like, yeah, maybe give me the actual information. So I respond by saying, yeah, because I'm anxious as fuck about this and don't want to say shit that upsets you. Now, for the record, just for a little bit of context, Manta on numerous occasions would get very, very irrationally upset and lash out at me for no fucking reason whatsoever. One of the things that I wish I still had access to, unfortunately I don't, because it's on my old account, which got false banned from Discord, okay? From people mass reporting it. Whatever, it is what it is. It's an old account. I used to say some pretty edgy shit on it as well, so whatever. With that being said, there was an instance where they got mad at me. They got really fucking upset because I made a poop joke. And I really wish I had the DM conversation from that. I think most of it took place over VC, but I think there might have been some of it over text. And I really wish that I had that saved. I really wish I did. Okay? So then they continue being like, the less communication has me making backups on my backups here. And I'm anxious to be moving in with someone who doesn't even seem to have much drive to interact with me. So I'm like, can we just move into the apartment together and worry about the 1K of debt later? Aren't we leasing it under me anyways because of my credit score? I'm so glad that they didn't agree to this, by the way. Okay? I do not want to be trapped with this person. I've had a crazy week, but you really wouldn't know. I'm in a lot... You know what? Now that they're being schizo, I've had a crazy week, but you wouldn't really know. I'm in a lot of emotional turmoil right now. I fucked Redacted a few nights ago, and it escalated into a multi-day orgy that absolutely wrecked how I feel about my sexuality. Yeah, that's why I've avoided talking to you. I have to walk on eggshells constantly whenever you're emotional. Okay? And for the most part, I'd rather just say nothing than say something that upsets you inadvertently. Okay? So then they say it's been a lot. Sometimes we say things that upset each other. Actions speak louder than words. I'm like, okay, I understand that, but I need to move out. Except I remain calm and rational. So then they say, we might be stuck here a few more months. And I'm like, dude, how many more times is it going to be a few more months? Because this was a recurring theme, right? Again, these messages it was almost May at the time of these messages being sent, okay? They had promised to get a place by the beginning of January of this year, for the record. Just saying. And then they kept delaying it. So, false promises is obviously something that pisses me the fuck off. Okay? So, I think you mistake emotional repression for being calm. The real world sucks. You're lucky you haven't hit what we were scraping to trying to save you from. And I'm like, I know it does, but I can't stay here forever. Because we did. 12 since we've met. This shit sucks. Life sucks. The economy is worse than it's ever been. Okay, then don't make false promises. If you blame us, I don't know what to tell you. Well, you could, like, not tell me things that are false. Like saying that you're gonna move out by December or January of 2026. Or December of 2025. It was supposed to be December 20th of last year, by the way. Just saying. Just saying. I try to be confident, to help people keep mind optimistic. The reality of all of this is shit isn't pretty. And I'm like, okay, I'm not blaming you for being in debt, but what is stopping you guys from moving? Wouldn't it be easier to get out of debt after moving, where you'll also be getting money from me live streaming? Okay? This is more complicated than finances, travel, and hosuing. Elaborate. What is your goal here? What do you want from me right now? How can I help you within reason? That's not an answer to the question I asked. I knew you were gonna say that. I asked you to elaborate. Sigh. Then you could have skipped your non-answer and provided me with an actual answer. You're asking me for a fucking essay, Kai. I don't have the mental capacity right now to update you on several months of shit over text. Considering the fact that this has to do with my living situation, yes, I am owed an explanation. You said we'd be able to move out Or sorry, you said we'd be able to move in by January. It is almost May. We were supposed to have an RV 3 years ago. Economy just isn't sunshine and rainbows. And then I'm like, what? I don't fucking know what to tell you. It's finances, Kai. It's all money. We asked for help to get out there. They asked me for $3,000, by the way. I had never met them in person, for the record. But then they said that it's more complicated than finances, travel, and housing. But then they say it's all finances and money. Which one is it? So I reiterate asking them to elaborate. So instead of actually answering the question, they continue schizo-babbling on. You walled us and beat around, so we're dashing and grinding to make it work. And I'm like, yeah, and my parents will notice I'm missing $3,000 from my account and would go apeshit. So like, not a good idea. By the way, my intuition was also telling me it wasn't a good idea and I couldn't figure out why. So my parents taught me well, because I knew, one, my parents would go apeshit if I did that. They'd be like, Kai, that was a terrible fucking decision. And two, they'd be right. They'd be correct. Because I was starting to feel that way, but I didn't want to say that. And maybe I should have communicated that on my end, but still. It's like, I am so glad that I didn't give them $3,000. But yeah, so here they are explicitly saying we asked for help to get out there. So they're the ones that asked for help. Okay? That's going to be important later. Okay? So just remember that detail. And remember that it's $3,000. Yeah, it's a lot of fucking money. But if I live with you guys, it won't matter? And none of this shit doesn't pay the bills nowadays. I know you're fucking scared. I'm like, so I'm supposed to take shit from my parents. I'm supposed to take shit from my parents, have them yell at me to pay you thousands of dollars when I have no idea if you're even moving here at this point. And then they're saying that I was too. Hold on. I was too. I'm not asking you for that. We asked you for help to get out there. Then I say $3,000. Then they confirm that's the amount of money they were asking for. So, the I'm not asking for that was a fucking lie. They were asking me for it, and I was feeling pressured to give it to them. To give them money I literally don't have. Okay? As I said, Blank's done a lot of math. Okay? And I'm like, you're absolutely blaming me for this. Math you'd hear about if we spoke. Math that could be negotiable. If we spoke. Plans that could have worked on. If we spoke. But we're running blind on a dream right now. That's the reality. You could have messaged me those plans and told me what to do, but you didn't. We deemed you unreliable and found more efficient solutions. And do you forget, we were illegally evicted, left in the cold, left without internet or power for months. It's like, again, what the fuck was I meant to do about any of this? It's like, if you wanted me to do something, if you had plans that I needed to do something for, you could have messaged me. Femyoz, you got scammed? Well, thankfully I didn't get scammed out of my money. I got scammed out of my time and emotional investment, but thankfully I didn't spend my money on them. But no, I felt like I was definitely getting scammed. So I'm like, right, but you're very reliable. And then here's the self-victimization bullshit again. I'm sick. I need medical care. I can't work properly because I am sick. I want to so badly. I'm like, yeah, I literally grew up with special needs. The fuck you want me to tell you? Autoimmune. My immune system attacks me. I have a restricted diet I can't follow. I am suffering beyond hell for you. Dude, this is so manipulative. Like, oh, I'm suffering and I'm doing it for you. Please give me $3,000. Yes, my name is Kai. Anyways, let's continue. So then I continue saying, either way, if you needed me to do something for everything to go according to plan, you should have told me. You never did, so don't blame me, right? So the only thing that they ever asked for was $3,000, which, I'm going to be quite honest, is money I don't have. That wasn't going to happen. To make this work, I'm trying. It's like, trying how exactly? So I'm like, are you? Are you? Because I'm going to be real, I don't think they were. been battling, telling people who want to come with they can't. You'd hear about all that since we got here if we spoke. I cannot be the only one who reaches out. I'd hear about it if you messaged me about actually important shit. It's almost like these things get conveyed naturally in passing when open communication is working. Open communication is when you don't tell me things, unless it's 2 hours in the middle of an unrelated conversation, huh? That's not how communication works, buddy. But no, let's continue. It's almost like these things get conveyed naturally in passing when open communication is working. What do you want me to do? Just drone info and nothing else? Yes, unironically, yes. That would make it way the fuck easier. Unironically, yes. So I respond by saying, so I'm supposed to magically know that the important information will get conveyed 2.5 hours into a random phone call. So I'm like, yes. This would make it easier for me to organize information. Yes, you should do that. It seems like you only care because I offered lodging. Well, that was one of the main things you promised, so like that was something I cared about. Yeah, that was a promise you made, so yes, I'm gonna care about the thing you promised. Do you even want me, Kai? Because it seems like you don't even like talking to me. I've been afraid of you. It's like, well, the reason I don't talk to you that much and don't enjoy talking to you is because you lash out at me like this. Not like this, actually. This is fairly fucking tame, all things considered. It just particularly pissed me off because broken promises. Holy shit, I'm so glad you didn't move in with them. Yeah. My parents are actually fairly understanding. My parents are like, yeah, I don't think it was meant to be. And I'm like, yeah. My parents do really like my new girlfriend, though. They really like her. They think she's very sweet. Because she is. And if my mom approves of somebody, that's a really green flag. And if a partner wants to talk to somebody's parents and introduce themselves, that's also a green flag. Manta never wanted to do that. But yeah, that's besides the point. It's probably because my mom would have felt the bad vibes. If my mom interacted with Manta, she would have been like, honey, I don't think this is a good idea. The vibes are off. I'm going to be real. My mom looks out for me. Okay? So then I respond to this whole like manipulative bullshit of, do you even want me? Do you even want me? I'm afraid of you. It seems like you don't like talking to me. You only care because I offered lodging. So I'm like, no, what it indicates is that I don't fully trust you. This is insanely fucking manipulative. Which it is. Worried if this goes wrong, because I've been locked in this fear. If it goes wrong, you'll take me public and ruin my life. Yahoo! But it's not that if this goes wrong, it's not because I didn't move in with you. That's not the issue. The issue is you sexually harassed me. You doubled down on it. And there's another thing. It gets worse. It gets so much fucking worse. Okay? We'll get to it. Because I wasn't going to do a stream based on any of the things that we just went over. I was tempted at first when it initially happened. I decided against it. Okay? But they did something really fucking slimy the other day. After I hadn't talked to them, I hadn't talked about them, I had moved on, and I think that that's what they were upset about, is that I had moved on from them, and that they could see how happy I was with my new partner, who I'm very happy to be with. She's sleeping right now, so she's not on stream, but normally she's on stream, okay? Anyways. You got me. I've been scared. I'm not trying to sway you. I'm boiling over on this. It's like, the reason I'm going public is because you did this to yourself, buddy. Okay? So, like, now, pay attention to what I say here. I'm obviously not going to do this. Sorry, I'm obviously not going to do that unless you explicitly fuck me over and backstab me. I don't think you will, though. At least I hope not. Ooh. But they did. Not only did they sexually harass me, but they did something after the fact that's even worse. Okay? At least I think it's worse. So, let's continue. I've been struggling with alcohol and drugs. I've been doing everything in my power to make this work, and the shame I feel daily that I'm so fucked up physically and in the head. I have a hard time helping everyone destroys me. Yeah, clearly they just want to help everyone. Yeah, that's what's destroying them, clearly. The amount of stress both of us are under are at levels I can't even describe with English words. We cry ourselves to sleep at night, I'm not joking, scared that we won't be able to do this, but we keep pushing. Okay? So then I'm like, you've been doing this, sorry, you've been doing everything to make this work by not disclosing supposedly vital information / instructions I would have needed to make this work? Manta, I'm autistic. I need explicit instructions if there are things I have to do to make it work. Okay? Very reasonable response. Very reasonable from yours truly. Okay? But obviously they're not going to listen to me being like, hey, you have to communicate these things directly. Although I'm not going to figure it out on my own. I'm autistic. I can't read social cues. Okay? So what is their response? Okay? This isn't a machine. It won't run like one. Too many variables. So I just reply to myself, my own message being like, Manta, I'm autistic. I need explicit instructions. Okay? Unpredictability. But Manta, I'm autistic. I need explicit instructions. If there are things that you need me to do to make it work, you have to tell me. You have to tell me what those things are. You're asking for a guide on how to do life right from people your age. I don't think you understand how frustrating it is when you expect me to know what to do without giving me explicit instructions on what to do. It's like they're asking me to explicitly figure this out on my own. They're not telling me what they want me to do, but they're expecting me to do it. Make it make fucking sense, dude. Make it make fucking sense. Anyways, at a minimum, I expect to hear from you enough to know that you still care. That's all. Blank gets everything. Blank, by the way, is my my other ex-girlfriend who I broke up. She broke up with me, but we mutually agreed upon it. We're on good terms. The reason we broke up is she couldn't do long distance, and she was not very active on Discord. We just didn't talk to each other that much. The vibes weren't there, and I think that we when we met in person, I was sort of, going for like a friends with benefits type of thing, but it kind of escalated from there. And then we kind of were like, oh, I guess we're dating now. So then that's sort of how that went, But I think I dove into that a little bit too fast. And yeah, the vibes weren't fully there. But I view her as the kind of friend where it's like, okay, like, I could, like it's the kind of friend where it's like, yeah, you cuddle with each other. You do cute stuff like that type of thing, If we see each other again. I do like her as a friend. But yeah, vibes weren't really there. Okay. So then I say I don't want to get too close yet. I'm scared. Now, this is an issue that I don't have with my current girlfriend because she doesn't hurt me. The vibes never lie. Yeah, exactly. Like, relationships are oftentimes vibes-based. Like, Then why let our world drive us this insane if you were never ready, Kai? I'm too stubborn, sentimental. For the record, this all started because I made an announcement on my Discord being like, I'm terrified that my parents are going to kick me out. Luckily, they haven't. Okay? But I didn't know that at the time. And their understanding of this situation, they're like, yeah, it's for the better if you don't move in with this person. Right? They're like, well, this person is fucking leading you somewhere dark. So yeah, it's like, the initial thing that I needed was housing. That was the first thing you offered me. That was our first interaction in DMs. And again, I wish I had access to my other account so that I would be able to read those DMs. And obviously a censored version if it's like, any locations and whatnot, any personal information. But you get the point, right? Because I'm anti-doxing, of course. I'm principled. I'm an asshole, but I'm principled. Right? It's like, that was like the whole reason why we even started talking. And I just so happened to like Manta as a person because I thought they were cool. And we also had similar interests. We were also, she was also very sexually interested in me, and I wasn't necessarily opposed to it. I'm like, okay, sure, like I'm willing to fuck around, but I didn't want to take it too seriously. I feel like I made that kind of clear, right? I don't want to get too much into what the dynamic would have been like. I'm not gonna describe the BDSM dynamics, okay? all right? So then they're like, I'm too stubborn and sentimental. I need to know someone in person to be truly ready. I have trust issues. Except for my current girlfriend, okay? I trust her with my fucking life, by the way. Because the vibes are there. We all have flaws, vices, don't think we aren't trying, please. I'm at being real. We have specifically about timing been over-optimistic on finances over and over again. Okay, well then maybe you need to, like, not be as optimistic. Like, what? These were miscalculations compounded with essentially, for lack of a better term, bad luck. Oh, okay. Bad luck made them give false promises. Very true. Okay. The thing is that when people tell me untrue things and make false promises, even if in good faith, I become more skeptical. Does that make sense? Right? I'm being as reasonable as I can. So then they're like, so they're actually like acknowledging this. Okay, I'm aware, believe me. And I'm like, thank you. Okay. It chews me up. I'm not without guilt and shame regarding my shortcomings. I put on a little business mask play salesperson and try to make things sound nice. It's a bad old habit. Now that's very interesting. So what you're saying is you fucking lied and you made false promises. But that's not bad luck. That's you making false promises and acting like a salesperson. Yes, I'm an asshole, but a principled one. Manta is unprincipled and whiny as fuck. Also, I know who Jacob Sockness is. I thought about covering them. I might do it if there's like, there's sort of going to be like potentially one of my fuck it, there's nobody else to cover cows. Much like that Rev dude, for example. You know, maybe a side character. Okay? So, I respond by saying, I don't want you to feel guilty over it. I'm just fucking terrified that my parents aren't going to buy the whole few more months thing. And even if they do, they'll be like, well, clearly these aren't reliable or trustworthy people. By the way, I have the same intuition as my parents. Oh, did I lag? Oopsie. Hello? Sorry about that, chat. That was strange. Also, thank you, Mac and Cheese, for the additional 5, is saying the BoJack Horseman approach. I feel so bad, it should be better. Yeah. But yeah, so I got this sort of intuition from my parents, if anything, right? But I'm like, you know, I'm like wanting to make it work anyway, regardless of that fact. You know, the fact that I'm able to predict exactly what my parents would say means that they taught me well, because those are reasonable things that they would say, right? If my parents were to be like, yeah, I don't buy the whole few more months thing, and these aren't reliable or trustworthy people, I would agree with them. I would say they're correct. Okay? Anyways. I'm worried about you in a variety of ways. I think about it all the time. I'm constantly worried we'll be too late, I know. Okay, well, then don't make false promises. It's not that difficult. But we're here explicitly to have some extended free housing to get our bearings straight, because if we went now, all of us are sinking. Sure. I was willing to buy that explanation, because like, it's like, okay, sure, their car broke down and, you know, they had to borrow money or whatever. I get it, but it's like, after a certain point, you gotta be like a little bit more reasonable. Like at no point were they like empathizing with like the fact that I'm fucking terrified of getting kicked out, because my dad was a little bit angrier, a little bit more on the side of kicking me out. My mom is always team Femyoz, by the way, right? If it wasn't for my mom, I probably would have been kicked out already. I'm gonna be so for real, okay? My mom is always team Femyoz. My dad is 50-50. He's gotten better over the years, to be fair. So anyways, let's continue. Redacted place of employment cucked blank out here. By the way, blank in the red is Manta's fiance. Okay, who's, by the way, is a very sweet person. I hope she gets out of the relationship with Manta, because I feel so sorry for her. I feel so sorry for her having to be with this fucking creature. But Manta's fiance is very sweet. So, she's looking for a new employer. My mom is hiring her. Okay, fair enough. Okay. So I'm like, all right, my parents are extremely predictable in conversations, which I've observed based on pattern recognition. After a certain point, the best I can do is try to remain invisible as possible, which I already kind of do, and hope for the best. Yo, thank you, Redhead, for the 5, saying, love the black liner and lips. Thank you. Thank you. It's my first time. It's my first time putting on eyeliner and whatnot. And, well, as well as a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, subtle makeup, for the most part, aside from the liner and lips, of course. So, anyways. Then they start yapping. I'm gonna get my cannabis sale license and try to manage working 4 days a week. But what happened to not being able to work? That's interesting. I thought you said you were disabled and couldn't work. And now you're talking about how you're gonna work. Okay, sure. I am also going to get on Medicaid here, start HRT, get treatment for my back, then be able to work more. We aren't trying to abandon you. That's a fucking lie. We have many hands trying to hold us back. Oh, you don't understand, okay? The reason why they make false promises and also sexually harassed me later is because they're just being held back, you guys, okay? It's them versus the world, okay? And the fight is brutal. I have so much going on. It's so overstimulating and exhausting. I'm actively losing my mind by the day. I keep being vague out of volume, not ambiguity. It's a lot of mental load added on to process and go through it all to put it in words. It's like a horror movie. Not even a month ago, my brother hurt me and tried to take his life with an angle grinder. It's like, damn, that's crazy. What the fuck does that have to do with anything we were talking about? So I'm like, you know what? Fine. We'll just yap, I guess. And I'm like, for the record, being invisible is my primary defense mechanism to avoid getting hurt. Don't take it personally when I disappear. It's the strat that always works with my parents. It's also the strat that works with people that are not treating me the best. I've come to learn. Not always, but oftentimes. I have some bad protection habits from my mom, too. Mine's the overselling. It's like, yeah. No shit. But I'm like, fair enough. Okay. And then just the conversation becomes normal. Okay? Now we're trauma dumping. Yeah, exactly. Okay? Now, I certainly was not going with this person for their looks, okay? They look like this, okay? They're like this sort of, you know, they're quite revolting looking. They're like this, you know, disgusting, creator-infused, lesion-maxing acne monster, right? So I definitely was not going to, you know, have this person be a part of a polycule for their looks, to say the very least, because, my God, they are a fucking hideous monster, okay? Now, something worth going over is, let me drink some water, because this gets really bad. So, you know, so you guys, I'm sure, are all aware. Oh, God, I need to blow my nose. Fucking hell. Sorry. Sorry about that. I'm sure you're all very aware that I have a new girlfriend, Doll of Envy. She shows up on most of my streams now. She's like a co-host. But right now she's sleeping, so that's why she's not here, unfortunately. Now, Manta had the bright idea a few days ago to randomly DM her, slandering me, saying a bunch of bullshit, which, by the way, my girlfriend knew was bullshit. This is what made me decide, ultimately, to do this stream, okay? Because what they're about to say is straight up fucking slanderous in a pathetic attempt to get my girlfriend to leave me, okay? So, here are the screenshots that my girlfriend sent me, okay? You know your girlfriend had minor drawn fetish art as a PFP. That's just not true. Just a fucking lie. Unsubstantiated fucking lies. Right off the bat, the first thing is a lie. You know your girlfriend offered me and my wife money. No, you asked for it. And that's why we read the DMs related to, you know, the whole stalling, moving in thing, the 3 more months thing. That part was very important, okay? The whole, you know, we asked you for money. No, I didn't offer it. I said, I'm going to see what I can do. all, you know, and then when they were like, I really need this money, I'll be like, okay, I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you. And then I started having second thoughts. I did not want to commit to that. Okay? It's like, but buddy, you asked for money. We triple checked. She backed out last minute while we were homeless. No, you asked me for money. You asked me for $3,000 to be specific. I was like, maybe. And then I had a really bad feeling about it. And I was like, no, this is not a good idea. And I also knew that my parents would get really fucking mad at me if I sent that. So in the moment when they asked for it, yeah, I was like, yeah, sure, anything to get you guys to get over here. But I was like, but after that, I was like thinking to myself that this is not a good idea. I haven't even met these people. You know what I mean? So anyways, you know your girlfriend tells people she has no moeni despite having money to get people to buy her shit. Another fucking lie. I make less than minimum wage doing YouTube. I don't have a job outside of this. What fucking money? Is the money in the room with us? What are you talking about? Okay. So another lie. Oh, what's this? Oh, is this gonna be another lie? You know your girlfriend was banned from Discord for an extensive history of spreading revenge porn. Another lie. A particularly hurtful one, by the way, because there was actually a revenge porn spread of me at one point. And I got their accounts taken down. You want to know why they mass reported me? Because they were mad that I got their accounts taken down for spreading revenge porn of me. That's why. So this is a particularly hurtful one. You know your girlfriend called me, her partner, a friend in a GoFundMe. You know, your GF. Yeah, so the reason for that is because, you know, I wasn't so keen on going, like, you know, like I wasn't enthusiastically like, yes, I want you to be my girlfriend. I was like vaguely open to it because I needed a place to live. And I was like, well, I'm friends with them and they seem nice. So maybe, and maybe we'll be like friends with benefits, like sometimes maybe, but like a little bit with like certain kink dynamics maybe, because like we had some common interests. But that was about it. It's like, if anything, I felt like I was pressured. I felt like it was all like it was them that really wanted me to be their girlfriend. And like, I'm gonna be real, I kind of felt a little bit pressured. And like, maybe I needed to establish my boundaries more firmly, because I do have kind of porous boundaries. So part of that is my fault, I guess. You know, I should have been like, no, we are not dating. But like, I'm not good at saying no to people all the time. I'm not great at that. It's like, you know, something I do wrong. It's something that I could have done better is, you know, not being like, yeah, sure, maybe, I guess. I don't know. Like, after they like keep bringing it up. You know, it's like, I don't know. So part of that is on me for not communicating that better, but only dated me because she thought I'd give her a place to live. A little bit dramatic, but sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, because I need that to survive. I don't want to live on the streets. And you were the first person that offered me a place. You wanted to date me. And I was struggling to say no because I was going to rely on you for housing. So, like, what the fuck was I supposed to do? Say no and risk my... Because, again, my dad was on the verge of kicking me out. He was about to kick me out. And, again, I am so grateful that my parents have not kicked me out and that they understand, like, that these people... Well, mainly Manta, that Manta fucked me over. It's like, I just, what am I meant to do? Say no and risk my only chance of not being on the fucking streets? What did you want me to do? No, actually, I won't be your girlfriend and will choose to live on the streets instead. Lily in chat says, I just got here. I didn't want to say it at all at the time when you two were dating, but the first times I interacted with Manta, I got really bad vibes from them. Yeah, I don't blame you. Anna said the same thing. Anna said the same thing. And yeah, I can see why. Because in retrospect, yeah, huge fucking red flags. And admitted to not actually liking me ever and playing around. Well, I didn't like you sexually. I liked you as a friend. I thought you were like funny. I liked your taste in art. But like, that's about it. Did you know all of her partners left her? So this is very dishonest, by the way. Okay. So I was with 3 people. Okay. So one of them was PP Girl 420. Okay. Now we broke up amicably. Okay. She was actually on stream once or twice, I think, like a while ago. We just didn't talk to each other that much. And if anything, we were more like friends than partners, right? I feel like, again, miscommunication error, should have just been like friends with benefits, right? That would have been better, right? But we broke up on good terms. We have nothing against nothing against each other. The other person is Manta's fiance, who I've barely talked to. Again, she seems very sweet. She never had any issues with me, by the way. At least if she did, she never verbalized them to me, right? So, again, because those two are very close to each other, yeah, of course she's going to choose the person who's her fiance over me, the person she's never even met in person once. No shit. No fucking shit, Sherlock. Obviously. That goes without saying. So again, very dishonest framing. It's like, yes, technically you're correct. I guess I did sort of get the breakups happened kind of with everyone at around the same time. Like, but again, very dishonest framing. One of them is her fiance who barely knows me. The other one, we mutually agreed and are on good terms. Like, this is absurd. Why do you deny you were in a relationship with PP? Huh? But I don't. I'm saying I was. I'm saying PP Girl 420 was the person that we broke up recently. And amicably. That's who I was talking about. Okay? PP Girl was my girlfriend, but the dynamic felt more like friends with benefits. Right? But big part of that was just we weren't able to do long distance with each other. The vibes weren't there. She wasn't very active on Discord. Both of us are bad at responding, etc. So that was the reason for that. So yeah. But yeah, they tried DMing my, Manta tried DMing my current girlfriend to try to sabotage the relationship. Which is fucking crazy, by the way. Okay? Fucking crazy stuff. So again, it's like, also, Manta's aware of the fact that I have abandonment issues. So like, using this against me is completely fucked. Just being like, yeah, everyone left her. It's like she knows that if I see that's gonna hurt. So like, this person's fucking evil. Just saying. So, why did everyone leave me? Well, let's see what Manta has to say. Because she's a fucking cult leader? Chat, I'm a cult leader now. Holy fucking-moly. This is news to me, but apparently I run a cult. Welcome to the cult, everyone. Welcome to the cult. Welcome to my cult, chat. I don't want to release the real story I've been holding in. Yeah, we know. We know you don't want to release the real story. We can tell. We can tell you don't want to release the real story. You've made that very apparent by consistently fucking lying. No shit. Anyways, let's continue. Yo, finally, I always wanted to be in a cult. Exactly. Anyways, let's continue. I don't want to release the real sorry I've been holding in and bearing for months on end. I couldn't escape her because of her history of sad revenge porn. Again, a fucking lie. When have I ever spread revenge porn of people? What the fuck are we yapping about, first of all? At no point have I ever threatened her with that either. So that's just like another fucking lie. Also, afraid you couldn't escape me? Weren't you talking about how distant I was not that long ago? Or is that in the future? Yo, thank you, Mac and Cheese, for the 2 saying what's our gospel cult leader? The gospel of the flying spaghetti monster. Okay. So I just bear in mind that apparently they're trying to escape me. Very interesting. Very interesting, because apparently I was distant. But now they were trying to escape me. I bet she hasn't deleted anything of me. I wiped my phone of her. I'm gonna be real. Considering how fucking chopped she is, I didn't bother saving anything. I'm gonna be real. She's fucking hideous. She is a hideous monster. There was nothing worth saving. Okay? I'm so glad I'm out. I'm just here so you can make informed decisions about your life. Really? Informed decisions? Informed based on you lying about me? Saying things that are either provably false or have no evidence? Because you made it the fuck up? Because I wish I made a better decision to leave sooner than I did. This is interesting. I don't want to cause problems, drama, anything. Well, that's exactly what you're doing. By DMing my current girlfriend, trying to get her to break up with me. That's what you're doing. I don't actually want to release anything publicly. Yeah, the reason you don't want to release anything publicly is because, you're terrified of me doing a live stream like this. That's why. Because you know you would look horrific. And that nobody is going to side with you because you're in the wrong for sexually harassing me and then trying to get my current girlfriend to break up with me by lying about me to her. In DMs. And saying shit that even she knows is bullshit right off the bat. After having just met me. Again, she's the one that sent me these screenshots. Anyways, I don't actually want to release anything publicly, and I really don't want anyone hurt further than being butthurt on the internet. Really? Is that so, Manta? Is that why you're trying to get my girlfriend to leave me? Is because you don't want anyone hurt any further? That's a fucking lie. I just can't fucking sleep at night knowing she bounced so quick on another person to use like a tool. So that's the real issue here, okay? They're upsetty spaghetti that I moved on. That's what they're mad about. They can't sleep at night because I moved on. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. But no, Femyoz is just using you. Fucking liar. How the fuck did I use you? If anything, you were using me. But I digress. What did you see in them, hon? I thought that maybe they were a nice person. I thought that they were kind. They were like, oh wow, they're like, you know, I don't know. I thought they were relatable, I guess. I don't fucking know. In retrospect, I don't fucking know, actually. I'm sorry. I actually couldn't tell you. And I don't want to see anyone end up as another one of her tools. Interesting. Nobody is using you, Manta. That's not happening. It's the opposite. It's the reverse. She creep jackets literally anyone who tries to call her out on her bullshit. No, Manta, it is the literal fucking opposite. That's what you did. That's what you did at the start. But by accusing me of having a minor drawn fetish art as my PFP, for no fucking reason, just obviously made up shit. What the fuck are we yapping about? I didn't creep jacket you. I rightfully called you out for you sexually harassing me, which you claimed to take accountability for. Her fiance even DM'd me, agreeing with me and saying that I was in the right, and saying, oh yeah, Mantle feels terrible about this. Well, clearly she doesn't feel bad at all because she's saying that I was creep jacketing her. I wasn't creep jacketing her. We read the messages. We all read the messages. And it seems like everyone unanimously agrees that, yeah, this bitch is creepy as fuck. And she wasn't calling me out on anything. I was calling her out. I was the one that started calling her out for what she did because she made me incredibly uncomfortable when she sexually harassed me because it was fucking weird and gross. So it's like, what are we fucking saying, dude? What are we fucking saying? It's like, no, this is literally just Darvo shit. I call them out on their bullshit. They get upsetty spaghetti. I move on. They get mad because I moved on. And then they accuse me of creep. They actually lie about me to make me sound creepy. With no evidence, by the way. Notice how I have evidence? How I'm able to provide evidence for everything I say and she's not. Just saying. So if anyone's being creep jacketed, it would be me. Then she's like, oh, well, that's what she does to anyone that calls her out. No, that's what you're doing, Manta. That's you, buddy. And yes, yeah, she is just spamming my girlfriend out of nowhere. It's fucking weird. I will provide as many receipts as you want. No receipts were provided, by the way. Once she's done with you, she loses interest and throws you away like a plastic toy. No, what happened is you sexually harassed me and I got upset and called you out. And then you left me as a result. Which is fucking crazy, by the way. So I guess it was a fairly safe assumption to make that I didn't want to be with you anymore at that point. Like, and I had made it clear. Well, to be fair, I had made it clear. I had actually told their fiance, like, if I'm gonna move in, like, Manta's not gonna be my girlfriend. We are just gonna be friends, and that is a firm boundary, is that we are not gonna date. Because that's not gonna work. Okay? So that's what I said. So I was still open to being friends. So, which, granted, is probably a mistake. Probably a mistake, but still. But yeah, of course, not without gaslighting yourself that the toy needs to be obliterated and shattered beforehand. Like, no, I was gonna leave this. I was gonna let this be. But, you fucked yourself over, buddy. You fucked yourself over. The high is not worth it. She's addictive as fuck at the start. You mean the start before you started being a piece of shit towards me? Yes. When I give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you're a good person, yeah, I'm gonna be as nice as I can. And then when you start treating me like shit, I become more closed off. That's how I operate. But trust me, everyone she's been with faces the same fate. She doesn't take her meds. She's distant. I'm distant? What happened to you saying that you were desperate to escape from me? If I'm so distant, then how would it be difficult to escape? What the fuck are we saying? Also, faces the same fate. What do you mean everyone I've been with faces the same fate? That's a fucking lie. Okay? PP Girl did not face the same fate. We broke up on amicable terms. We're on good terms. We're friends. So that's just a fucking lie. I have no desire to cause any harm to her. Like, same thing with Rain. Nothing. Fuck. Gonna have to edit the VOD. My apologies, chat. Same thing with Manta's fiance. Well, oh, actually, no. To be fair, Manta's fiance was on the GoFundMe. That was public. Because they made a GoFundMe. And she was also in the Discord. So actually, now that I think of it, I don't think it was private. I didn't hear it? Okay. I don't know. I'm just trying to be respectful. But, again, she had nothing against me either. Or at least, she never communicated anything against me. Okay? She's distant. I kept begging her to communicate, care, help. By help, do you mean asking for $3,000? Because, like, I don't have that kind of money. Like, but buddy. It's just, what are we doing, man? Yeah, she's like actually schizo-babbling. You were a sweet person, Kai, too sweet. You need to protect your heart better. But I really like your new girlfriend so far. She seems really nice. Yeah, she's perfect. And she said the same thing, by the way, as what you're saying. Like, she's like, dude, you gotta, like, not let people walk all over you. Like, And she's gonna protect me from people like this. Was this worth airing out publicly, though? Yes. Yes, absolutely. She only cares about her own personal gain. She'll even admit it. Goes on about being painfully utilitarian. True, I am a utilitarian. And that branches down into her relationships, quite literally being a means to an end. Sexually, monetarily, emotionally. A means to an end for who, though? You mean mutually? Because I would agree that relationships are mutually beneficial in all of these ways. It's not a means to an end for me. Utilitarianism is not the same thing as egoism. So we're just confusing two completely different philosophies. Egoism is when you do these things for a means to an end for yourself, which is the implication here. Utilitarianism is when you do these things to benefit everybody, or to benefit the greatest number of people to the greatest degree possible. Like, it sounds like they couldn't handle rejection and me not wanting to be their girlfriend anymore, which is something that I felt like they pushed onto me. But that's my feelings on the matter. I'm not going to say that they did that specifically. Okay. But yeah, this is all. I'm genuinely sorry. I don't want to watch her do it again. She's not ready for a relationship. Now, what she's about to say is fucking crazy, by the way. Okay? So bear with me. Bear fucking with me. She genuinely needs the reality check when her parents throw her out for the consequences of her behavior and poor treatment of those who choose to support her. So literally just straight up saying that I deserve to be kicked out of the house and live on the streets because I called her out for sexually harassing me and moved on from her. So I deserve to be on the streets for that. What a disgusting, subhuman freak. Saying all this to my girlfriend, thinking that she's going to read this and leave me? Fucking ridiculous, by the way. She's never going to learn any new productive habits if she keeps this pattern up. But surely I'd learn productive habits if I went homeless? Huh? Oh, okay. Sure. And it's only going to harm more people close to her if she doesn't get real help. Real help being me getting thrown onto the streets, you say. That's fucking interesting. I'm not the first person she's exed and moved in with right after they met. Actually, to clarify, Manta offered to let me move in with her, and I agreed to it. I actually didn't ask her. Now, I did actually ask a different person to move in with them because I had a huge fucking crush on her. This was a while ago. I also want to move in with my current girlfriend, but that's besides the point. But like, listen, we've been dating for 3 weeks, which is 3 years in lesbian years, okay? Yeah, like they're referencing something over a year ago when I had a huge crush on this one woman that I was talking to, and we vibed really well. But yeah. Anyways, let's continue. I don't want her to use pictures of you against you in a few months when she inevitably gets bored of you. Okay, well, I haven't done that unless you count pictures of you being ugly. Because, like, you're ugly. I'm sorry, you're fucking chopped. In which case, like, yeah, I've used safe for work pictures of you that you've posted publicly to make fun of you. Nothing explicit, nothing sexual. Just saying. I have standards, you know. Just saying. If you want to protect your privacy legitimately, I'd delete anything she has access to. She is not and never has been a private or safe person. You do realize that, like, her and I both have explicit photos of each other, right? Like, so, like, even if we had a falling out, it would not be smart for either of us to publicize those. Just saying. Just saying. And has never been a private or safe person to send any kind of sexual content to. When have I leaked sexual content? I'm confused. Oh, this is interesting. She got the secret server leaked months ago because she wasn't using safe invite practices in kink. No, what happened is so they're blaming me for this. It wasn't really my fault. Okay. So first of all, what happened is a friend of mine who was in that server really wanted to invite their friend. And they promised that this person was safe, that they weren't going to leak anything. And I'm like, okay, sure. Okay. I trusted their judgment, right? That person later on ended up leaking images of me. I don't fucking know why, but they were the initial person to leak revenge porn of me, basically. Okay? So, again, weaponizing something that happened to me specifically is fucking crazy. That is a crazy thing to weaponize. Okay? Just saying. Anyways, she moves way too fast, and every time people get hurt. I mean, I agree that I probably do move quite fast, but I'm a lesbian, so. Anyways, there is nothing that I did that day that she speaks of that she hasn't done to me or blank multiple times before, and we didn't say anything about it in fear of content scale retaliation. Sorry, relatliation. Because they don't know how to fucking spell. So, again, just another fucking lie. At no point did I sexually harass anyone, so we're just fucking lying. And when we did try to communicate that we felt uncomfortable, you didn't. Oh, okay. So, this is interesting. This is interesting. So this is just a lie. Uncomfortable with some of her sexual behavior, she'd say, it's fine, you're overreacting. Never did I say this. This is just a fucking lie. She's just lying again. Who would have guessed? And we ignorantly thought she'd improve with support and time when we got out there. No, you just didn't think anything because that wasn't something that happened. Okay? A good 65% of her ridicule on anyone is unchanging hypocrisy. No, that would be you, my friend. Okay? I'm risking people I care about's well-being to get this information. It's like, dude, it's literally many Bothans died to get the Death Star plans to us. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, you're talking like you're on some dangerous secret mission. What the fuck are you saying? You're a deranged schizo who is mad that I moved on from you after you sexually harassed me and didn't take accountability for it. And now you're doubling down by doing this shit. And it's like, yeah, after pulling this stunt, yeah, of course I'm going to do a stream about you. Go fuck yourself. And I don't even know you. Worried she's going to do all over again. It's not a coincidence. And on her, that all three of our partners dipped almost simultaneously. So again, playing into the fact that I have abandonment issues. It's like, no, your fiance knows you in person and very well. She barely knows me. We barely even talked. She's not going to leave you for a person she fucking barely knows. Summer and I are on amicable terms. Or pee-pee girl. Okay. You know what? I shouldn't have censored that. Who am I kidding? I'm pretty sure that the names were public before. I was trying to be respectful, but whatever. I meant to say redacted. If it was just me leaving alone, yeah, perhaps I was the problem. Wait, what? So the person... What? This is our argument. Well, people left her, therefore she's bad. What a stupid argument. But blank and blank are still with me. Well, the second person, your fiance, is still with you because she knows you better. The other person couldn't do long distance with me. So, again, very piss poor argument. When a whole poly kicks someone out, it's very rare. It's the majority's fault. You just got with someone that 3 people not even a week ago agreed wasn't alley ready for a relationship. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so that's the end of that conversation, the one-sided one. So obviously, my girlfriend said, fuck this person, I'm blocking them, and screenshotting their messages. And then she sent them to me. And I was very upset. Because, yeah, I have abandonment issues. And the fact that she's trying to get my current girlfriend to abandon me, the person that I love the most, yeah, that's fucked up. Now, Envy is smart enough to realize that it's all a bunch of bullshit, right? She's not going to fucking read that and be like, oh yeah, I'm just going to take it all at face value and just believe everything. So thank goodness for that, because I don't know what I would do without Envy. Manta seems obsessed. Well, they are. They're really fucking upset. Mind you, it makes sense that, like, they're upsetty spaghetti over losing me because, you know, it's like, I fucking mog them. By the way, their fiance also mogs them. They like, do have a tendency to date up. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, they date people who mog them, to say the very least. So, yeah. Just saying. Just saying. Now, I need to go piss, girl, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play some content. Now, what content do I play? What past Femyoz slop do I play? Envy seems like such a sweet girl, and she protects and cares about you a lot at shows. Yes. Yes. I get obsessed in relationships. This is beyond obsessed. Yeah.
First person to really take an interest in me like that.
All right. So I'm going to play my own video. Okay? So this is going to be right after the interview with, what's their face? The interview with, I'm blanking. The interview with Sarah. Okay, after this was Firebat's response to my interview with Sarah Faye. Okay? In the video. So I'm going to be right back, and I'm going to let this play.
Yes, I should have said, took no for an answer. It's 100% her fault. She didn't fight back, didn't scream, and I entered. That's why she didn't want to do it. And of course, I talked him into doing it, and then we did it.
Even based on what they're sharing, this would not be consensual. Yes, I blame myself for that.
Yeah, you should.
Sarah, if you're watching this part of the stream, you should not be blaming yourself. This is not your fault. I think that goes without saying.
Oh, it's 100% her fault. Yes, I should have said, took no for an answer. Again.
I should have taken no for an answer, so you admit you did not take no for an answer.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say.
Slip up.
Dude, if you ask someone to have sex, okay, and then they say no, and you don't take no for an answer, we have a word for that. Because I didn't fight back, scream, etc.
Yeah, she didn't fight back, didn't scream. It was consensual. And I...
Dude, that's not what it means for something to be consensual!
No. The incident that occurred happened 8 to 9 years ago. 8 to 9 years ago!
Oh, don't worry, guys. The rape happened 9 years ago, so it's okay. It's okay, guys.
Yeah. People that been raped by people, and when you talk about the person that raped them, oh, they go berserk. Because they're actual victims of rape.
Dude, being a victim of rape is when you go berserk. Okay, dude. Okay.
Yes, I'll admit, I did refuse to use a condom. That is the truth. She talked to me, said she was uncomfortable with it, because she was...
If she's saying she's uncomfortable with it, that doesn't mean you fucking start raping her, you fucking moron! Do we want to snark Firebat and see what they're streaming?
Let's do it.
Alright, let's fucking do it, bro. Let's fucking do it!
Go.
I've said this before, and I've said this to her very face. A relationship, I very much felt like I was single most of the time. She would rarely talk to me, hardly ever come down to visit me, unless I begged her to come down from Forks to come visit me. Most of the time, I went up to her ass and visited her. I was willing to leave Olympia, a giant city with jobs and a home and everything. And I tried to get her to have a life with me, and she just kept refusing. She wanted to stay in Forks. She wanted to stay with her mom. All right, we're back. Very sorry about the little interruption. But yeah, with that being said, what do we do from here on out? I'm not sure. But I could drink some water. Water is good. Water is very good for you. But yeah, Manta is a fucking freak. Dating is exhausting. I miss the comfort in being in an established long-term relationship. RIP. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Again, I was not going to air this all out until Manta decided, you know, it'd be really, really smart to just
you know, try to fuck over Femi by attempting to get her girlfriend to break up with her by lying about her. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. If your biggest fear is to become the next Firebat, I'm going to make you the next Firebat. I'm sorry that weirdos are bothering you, Femi. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. I wish there was something I could fucking do about it. I can't exactly always do anything about it. I'm gonna put a little bit more of this stuff on. Just a little bit. I think there's just a little bit more. Hold on. Did you and Manta ever date? Or no, just tune in late? Kinda. But I kind of felt pressured into it. I'm not gonna lie. I felt a little bit pressured into it. We would have been better off being friends, I think. But yeah, kinda. Yeah, we were dating technically, but it wasn't my place at the time, but Manta just seemed like seemed sketchy and had the potential to be abusive towards you. I'm glad you got out when you did. Yeah. No, I am glad also because, yeah, she is not a good person in the slightest. Very emotionally abusive. Very emotionally abusive. In retrospect, especially. But yeah, I am so fucking glad that I am with Doll of Envy instead. Because the vibes are way better. Like, I get such good vibes from her. And it's like, I want to do nothing but spend time with her. And like, we're so compatible. We're so compatible. It's crazy. And I low-key miss her right now because she's asleep. And she's technically in call because that way she can, you know, hear my voice and then I can do sleep call with her after stream. But I digress. Imagine being stuck in the same house as her if this is what she does behind the screen. Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine it's good. You deserve to be happy, Kai. Thank you. Who actually deserves to be happy is Envy. She's literally the best person. And I wish she saw it. I wish she saw how amazing she is and how she's so sweet, so kind. She thinks she's a bad partner, and I'm trying to reassure her that she's the best partner that anyone could possibly ask for. I fucking hit the jackpot with her because, you know, she's everything I've ever wanted. I mean, not only is she insanely pretty, she's funny, but like in a stupid way where it's like she's like so unfunny that she's funny. In many cases, she's much like yours truly, by the way. She's very sweet. She's empathetic. Did I mention that she's incredibly fucking hot? She's dominant. She's like extremely compatible with me. It's like we're made for each other, basically. I was worried about you between hanging around Manta and doing your looks maxing stuff. You are lovely. It's good you have someone who makes you feel good as a person. Yeah. I feel like I've just been sort of dragged through the mud by, you know, not the best people over the years. And, you know, that's affected me. But I finally hit the jackpot, so it's worth it. It's worth it if it means that I get to be with Envy for the rest of my life, which I really hope I do. I really, really hope I do. Because I don't know what I would do without her. I'm going to be dead ass. I don't know what I would do without her. She's my favorite person. And all of the issues that I had with Manta are not present in our relationship, thankfully. I hope that for you too, Femi. Yeah. My biggest fear is her leaving me one day and realizing she can do better, but oh well. She seems amazing. She is. She really is. I hope it doesn't make y'all too jealous. But Yeah. I don't really know what else to say about Manta because I never had a bad feeling about Manta TBH. Learning this was such a curveball. Yeah, I didn't have a bad feeling at first, but I started developing bad feelings. Whoa, you're a goth? I'd be so happy to see you as a goth, but my former goth friends blocked me, so I don't feel as much dopamine. Yeah, fair. Understandable. I mean, I don't know. I'd say I'm goth light, okay? I'm goth light. I just got a little bit of a goth aesthetic now that I'm, like, actually learning makeup, because my girlfriend is teaching me, right? Because she actually cares about me, unlike the other people I've been with who did not want to teach me. And the kind of makeup she does is the kind of makeup that I want to do, because it's such a good vibe. It's so fucking goated. And, like, I'm terrible at makeup, by the way. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. This is literally the first time I've ever done eyeliner. This is the first time I've done this kind of lipstick. First time I've used primer. First time I've used blush. First time I've used contour, which I used a tiny bit of on my nose. First time I used concealer. Please be goth more. I'll donate every day. Bet. Will do. But yeah. Now that I know how to use makeup, don't I look so much better? At least I hope I do. I actually, like, don't hate how I look for once. I actually am like, I don't like my appearance, but I'm like, yo, but this makeup fucking slaps compared to what I normally look like, even if I didn't do the best job with the eye makeup. I think I did okay. Like, for a first time, you know what, yeah, for a first time, it's pretty fucking good. I'm proud of myself, okay? Yo, thank you, Charlie, for the 2 Australians saying, please be a goth girl every stream. I might have to do that. You better believe I'm gonna be doing something like that. Don't worry. But yeah. No, thank you all for supporting me. Let me scroll up and read some messages related to Manta. Also, thank you, Mac and Cheese, for the additional 5, saying if it makes you feel better, my makeup is drawing on my face with eyeliner and black lipstick. You did amazing. Thank you. It's my first time. But yeah, my girlfriend helped walk me through it. But yeah, it's abusive for sure. If you genuinely thought this was a good idea, I don't know what to tell you. Doesn't change that the behavior is abusive. That's a fucking horrible take. Partners don't automatically consent. Don't get a oh, you're responding to someone, I think. Oh, you're responding to WAP. Okay. Okay, that's fair. But yeah. Different vibes from the 2 pics. Yeah, they kind of... I liked PP Girl. Yes, PP Girl is sweet. She's a good person. She's nice. It's just a relationship between us wasn't going to work. But yeah, PP Girl is chill. PP Girl is chill. But yeah. How do I look? I hope I look... Yo, thank you, Batao Crafter, for the $20. You beautiful fucking bastard saying, I needed to see Tippy react to the Femyoz goth arc. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah, dude. She's already reacted to, like, me being like, oh yeah, no, I literally have, like, I have a literal goth mommy GF. Because I obviously told her that. I was like, yeah, like, I unironically have a goth mommy GF now. And she's like, yo, that's so fucking based. And I'm like, I know. I never thought I could pull it off. And, you know. But yeah. If you can't get a goth mommy GF, become the goth mommy GF, though. But I'm doing both, okay? Well, maybe not much. I'm not much of a mommy, to be fair. But still. Anyways. I do like the makeup a lot. Big ups for Envy for teaching you. Yeah, she, like, guided me through it. And I was like, am I doing good? And she's like, yeah. Or, like, she'd be like, nah, use the Q-tip. You gotta, like, draw it on like this. You gotta draw it on like this. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, W goth mommies for real. Who doesn't love goth mommies? But yeah, I guarantee you that Manta is jealous as fuck. Okay, not just because I moved on from her easily, which I was very hurt by it, by the way, but I'm not gonna like, but like one, like, that's like, doesn't mean that I can't move on after the fact. And two, it's very easy to move on from a shitty partner in many cases, when you start dating a really good partner, okay? I'm just saying. Yet Manta did sound super jealous in the text, and she even said the quiet part out loud when she was like, it keeps me up at night knowing that she moved on from me so quickly, basically. That's literally, that is almost word for word what they said. Like, they said that, but like worded slightly differently. I'm too low energy to do the goth look every day, but I wanna. Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, based on based on what Envy said, the makeup that I've done here actually doesn't take that long to do if you're experienced with makeup. It's actually very simple. And doesn't take that. I thought it was gonna take way longer, honestly, all things considered, for my first time. It did take me a while. It probably took me like I don't know if it took me an hour. I don't know. It took me a while to figure out, but I had a good time because I was with my girlfriend. Yeah, but yeah, Manta spam texting my new girlfriend was like fucked. And that's why I wanted to do this stream. I wasn't going to air this out otherwise. It's also easier if you mask up. I don't even know what that is. Girl, I just found out what I don't know. Like, I just found out, like, about, like, primer being a thing that exists. And I guess it's the thing that you put on your face before you do other stuff. Actually, I think foundation would be first, but I haven't gotten foundation yet. I know foundation is, like, the one that, like, it's like the, you gotta get one that's, like, the same color as your skin, roughly. That's true, there's nothing wrong with moving on quickly from a toxic relationship. Yeah. And I didn't feel like I was that close to Manta anyway. Nor would I want to be. It is, but then I would have to clean it off, and that is too much sometimes. Fair point. I've never used makeup wipes before. I would just, like, clean off my fucking mascara with a washcloth for the longest time. Like, literally a black face mask. Haha, not makeup. For goth look made easier? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how, I don't know, I mean, considering how difficult I thought makeup was going to be, it's actually not as bad as I thought it would be. Also, why the fuck do I need to pee again? I got a tiny ass bladder. Twice in a row. I didn't need to pee. It's because I drank water for stream. Normally I dehydrate myself. That's the issue. Okay. BRB again. Sorry, we're gonna play more of my content. So sorry. So this will just be a big intermission segment. Okay? BRB.
Mom, do you want to stay entertained?
Yeah, if she's saying no to you over and over again, then maybe, take a fucking hint, dude. She's not interested. Jesus fuck. Do we rewind?
Also,
or do we play it live? What do you guys think?
Maybe go back to sort of the beginning, but I think I saw when I checked the show earlier, it's like black screen for like half of it or something.
We could go back. All right.
Hello, guys. So I was warned by one of my people, who are my fans, that Sarah Faye apparently is doing an interview with the Trough Live.
Yeah, the thing that you said would never happen, by the way.
I went and looked in her.
Yeah, the thing you said would never happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it would never happen.
Because he knows me so well.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing is he has like an imaginary idea of what people are like,
yeah,
rather than actually understanding people, because he doesn't listen to people. He only listens to himself. He only listens to his own interpretation of other people. So yeah, it's a complete disregard.
Oh, it's not with him at all.
Yeah, I forgot, Femyoz, you kind of experienced that for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just like they just make shit up in their head.
Because as I said, I don't watch people's content anymore, except when it comes to Sarah Faye. So apparently, Femyoz.
Oh, great! Now there's except for all the I don't watch content on me anymore. Except for all of the content that I watch on me, of course. Just right? Done with drama for a year, by the way. Lasting really well.
Yeah. No drama for a whole year, guys. That was the agreement they had with Tanya. And they always, and what they say to Tanya, it's always the truth. That's
true. They would never break any agreements or like, you know, or heaven forbid, you know, cheat on their wife or anything. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, I know.
They're very reliable.
Oh, I have something to say about that. He told me that cheating doesn't count if you're only dating. It only counts if you're married. It's not really cheating unless you're married.
Yeah.
He also tried to say it's not cheating if it's with the same sex.
Dude, that's fucking diabolical.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hold on. Hello. Look, I've got a baby cat. You're so cute. I know. You want to say hi? Yeah. You're a good girl. I know. Here, you can go on the blanket. Yes. You were begging me for attention a minute ago. Okay. Well, Reese is being a little bit of a silly goober. She's a little bit of a silly goober. But I digress. Anyways, we're back. But yeah, Reese is a very, very silly goober, and I love her. Fem, I don't know how to tell you this, but your cat sexually harasses people. True. She says meow, and that's fucked up. And she purrs. Very loudly, too. She purrs at people. And according to Manta, that's sexual harassment. You're not allowed to do that. Goth Femi, holy slay maxing, hell yeah. Shout out to Doll of Envy for helping me with my makeup. I've never done eyeliner a day in my life until today. I've never done any of the other bullshit you have to do. Other than mascara. I've literally only done mascara. Which I also did as well. And it goes wonderfully. The way I do mascara goes wonderfully with this look. So yeah, it's like I was meant to be goth or something. Or goth light. I call it goth light because it's like, you know, it's not like a, I don't know. Reese, what you doing? What you doing, Reese? Meow. But yeah, that being said, let's do more, I thought you were applying eyeliner before this? Nah, bro, I was just using a fuck ton of mascara. So anyways, guys, what is this? It's a Firebat Facebook Live. Let's just watch random garbage now. Okay, who wants to watch some random garbage? Because I'm bored. So apparently, Firebat did a Facebook Live June 7th. Let's take a look at what this is.
Hello. I got an important announcement.
Oh boy, an important announcement. Let's fucking go, dude.
The TFB, the Firebat channel, the original channel has been fully dismantled. I have
No, this is so sad.
uploaded every video and privatized them into the new channel for my own usage down the road if I want to cover.
Why?
For my own self.
Oh, in case you want to react to yourself. That would be so awesome. Also, my cat's trying to leave. I'll let this play while I let her out.
Maybe cover old videos and react to them and go, wow, I can't believe I did that. I don't know. Maybe do something like that in the future. I don't know. When it comes to PS5 live streams, we will be doing those on the daily. So if you want to follow me, go ahead and look up Imperial, Firebat, and...
Oh, thank fucking goodness for more of the PS5 live streams. That's what everyone was begging for, is the silent Minecraft gameplay. That's what we needed. You know, thank goodness for that. If you need any Firebat content with the baby sensor, just check the playlist in DMs. Bet.
And family. And so the reason I call it Imperial Firebat is I'm rebranding.
Right, and then you rebranded again.
Again, for like the 10 billionth time. And this is just...
Yeah, surely that's the last time though, right? Except it's not. They rebranded back to Trans Firebat and are retransitioning now.
Something I go through. I go through these phases where I'm like, ooh, this looks like a good name to go with. And then I'm like, yeah, no, I'm going back to Trans Firebat. And so at this point, I think Imperial Firebat is very fitting for the fact that
For the fact that you're a fascist, I agree.
my YouTube channel is mostly Imperial designs, using the AI to take some of my writings and
Dude. Yeah, of course you're using AI. Great.
translate them into Imperial style, verbiage. And so I'm having fun with my channel this time around. So I'm enjoying the work I'm doing on there. When it comes to OBS,
Yeah, so I guess they're not detransitioning anymore. I don't fucking know, man.
live streams, those will be done sparingly. So at this point, I don't really see the appeal in sitting at my
Again, do we have a number on how many times Firebat has changed their mind? I don't fucking know,
computer
dude.
for hours on end. It's really hard to do stuff like that and take care of a baby. Unlike, I don't know, Minecraft, where I can literally just in a live stream then and there, and
Right.
then pick it up where I was at later. All I have to do is take my Minecraft character, wave at people for a second, and then end the live stream so they know it's the end of the video, and then go on. But ending a video abruptly on OBS, it doesn't work that well, especially since I'm using like intro videos and outro videos, and
Oh my fucking god, you're acting like you're doing something that requires effort, which it doesn't, by the way.
be right back. And so for the moment,
Oh my god, no, oh no, not a be right back screen. Oh wow, that must be so difficult to implement. Whoa.
going to be using that sparingly. We just did our very first official OBS.
Now, me personally, I don't bother having a be right back screen because there's no point. It's like if I'm gone and you see that there's nobody in the chair, you know I'm being right back.
live stream on Femyoz, a YouTube commentary channel that is very well known for being cruel. So that's all I'm going to say about it. That's all I have to say at this point. Recently,
Right, that's all you have to
they
say.
got into a new relationship with I'm pretty certain it's a trans woman as well.
Yep, correct.
So I'm happy people deserve to be happy. So
Why do I get the impression they're not happy?
this is my why I'm kind of chuckling at the newest video Femyoz made. Is she
Really? I thought you didn't watch my videos.
reacted to me talking about her, saying, "Hey, I'm happy you have a relationship with someone," and her response is to make a video lying about my family and all that. And so
When did I lie about your family? I'm lost.
it is
What did I say that was false?
trolls be trolls, right? So moving on.
Yeah, I'm just like this big, evil, scary troll. That's so true.
So we're mostly focusing on Minecraft stuff at this point. It's what
Right, yeah, that's what everyone wants to see,
I'm
right?
doing. It's my
Yeah, more shitty silent
primary
gameplay.
focus. It's what I'm good
Yeah, show off your disgusting shitty
at.
builds.
I really enjoy the most recent project with the shard. The USS shard was very successful.
Okay, I don't care,
I'm used
man.
to doing
It was not successful.
either a zigzag or a square followed by triangle shapes, when doing the ship designs. But this
Wow.
time I did more of actual pattern designs, and it came out really, really well for a ship.
I'm gonna be real, none of their designs have come out well at all.
I'm really impressed with my work this time.
I'm not. I'm never impressed with your work. It's all terrible.
So that's our primary. When it comes to Hangout live streams, we'll be doing those either in the builder room in the morning time when Tanya is sleeping and I need to be out of the apartment while she's sleeping. I'll be taking care of the baby. And so don't be surprised if, you see that happening once a week, maybe twice, 3, I don't know. I'm not really, the goal is to do it about once to twice a week. When I'm not doing those type of live streams, oh my gosh, that's a glare. We will be doing live streams while right now while I'm walking. And so today is a very special day for me and my family.
Great.
I'm going to be sharing a video later today, and then I'll have that video shared over here to Facebook. For the
Yeah, it's a special day for your family. Better upload it to YouTube.
you are wondering how
That's how you know it's
we
special.
are doing. Now I can get into the more detailed stuff. So, long story short, we are financially doing really well. We got enough money in the bank that we can relax a little bit. I mean, my wife
What you mean is Phaeton gave you more money.
and I just bought myself a Star Wars helmet like 2 weeks ago, and
You should buy yourself a special needs helmet instead next time.
this week my wife got herself a couple Animorph books that she's been wanting to get, and so she's going to be buying the whole new collection that is out. And so we're just spending a little bit of money on ourselves, but most of our money and
Right. No, you spend all of your money on yourself instead of the baby. Let's be real.
resources are going to food, gas, job hunting, and of course taking care of our little one. And so for those of you
I doubt
who don't
it.
know, I was considering detransitioning. I had talked to my doctor, and I talked to my therapist, and I talked to one of my mentors as well as my wife, and no.
Dude, it's honestly like one of those like TV shows that has like a bunch of episodes where it's like, because you're like meant to be able to watch them in any order, it's like a big thing will happen and then it gets reversed at the end. Like, oh, dude, Peter Griffin transitions into a woman, but don't worry, guys. Okay, the transition got reversed, and everything is the same as it started. It's like that. That's how Firebat is. It's like its own fucking like little TV show where there'll be an episode, there'll be a big thing that happens, and everything goes back to how it was at the start. That's how it works. Am I the only one that's noticed that? Also, my hair is a fucking mess. Jesus Christ.
We're not detransitioning. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I've come so far, and to just throw it all away.
And then maybe there'll be something that lasts for a season, like, oh, the blonde hair. Like the whole blonde hair arc. Like, that's like the kind of thing that someone in like, maybe there'd be like a recurring thing over a season where it's like, oh, they dyed their hair, or they're wearing a different outfit, they're going through that phase for like a little bit longer. But eventually it goes back to the way it was, type of thing.
Hey, because I'm emotionally feeling like a fraud, or because of my very strong ties to my faith, it makes it really hard sometimes. And so the last time I was questioning my transitioning was honestly a couple months ago. And for those who don't know, a YouTuber named The Trough live. Now it's just The Trough.
Yo, shout out to The Trough. Let's fucking go, dude. Yo, W Trough Nation. Let's fucking go, dude. We love The Trough almost as much as we love Buzzballs. Also, my hair is a fucking mess. God damn it. Oh, dude. Also, I just realized that I'm better than on my first attempt at, like, makeup. I've done significantly better than Firebat. After, like, many attempts on their end. I'm just saying, like, this is the first time I've ever used eyeliner. Okay, first time I've used concealer. First time I've used contour. Okay, first time I've used blush. Actually, technically, first time I've used lipstick even. And, yeah, it's significantly better than what Firebat does, which is strange, because Firebat's done makeup multiple times and is terrible at it every single time, interestingly enough. I don't know. Kind of strange how that one works. Your first attempt is 5,000 times better than anything they've ever attempted? Yeah. Yeah. You're not wrong. Ow. But they have, like, foundation blindness. They just, like, put, like, orange foundation all over their fucking head, or face, I mean. And it's fucking horrific, dude. Alright, I'm just gonna keep playing this while I brush my hair, because Jesus Christ, it's a mess.
Covered that, so if you guys want, you guys can watch that for yourselves. Just type in Firebat or whatever. So,
type in Firebat or whatever. It's probably not the best way to find it.
When it comes to videos, normal videos, those will be done also sparingly. Basically, whenever I have anything really important to say, or I feel like it's important, like, I don't know.
You feel like everything you say is important, Firebat. You feel like that about everything you say. Which, mind you, most things you say aren't important, but you don't know that.
Sharing my daughter's, my wife dedicating her daughter today, so I think that's pretty...
Great, yeah, 'cause, yeah, the daughter totally consents to being on video. Oh, wait, no, she can't even fucking talk yet. You fucking freak. She does not consent to being on video, because she quite literally can't. Like, she's not consenting to being a public figure. Oh my god. Okay, my hair is a fucking disaster. Okay. Ow. Okay, I think I got it out. I think I got the knot. Ow. Oh, I got most of it out. Alright, well, it's better. Sorry, there was just a huge knot in my hair.
And so I wanted to get the love it deserves. You know, I don't want to do just a cheaply made live stream. I want to actually...
You mean like all of your live streams, which are cheaply made as fuck? I'm just saying. You know, I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Make an actual video and then have it saved. And so You're
supposed to hold the upper strands closer to your head so you can steady your hair. Okay, yeah, fair point. Well, too late for that. Oh, I think I did okay. I think it's fine now. Just my hair was fucking bothering the fuck out of me.
I'm going to be trying at some point to bring back other stuff like my wedding with my wife. We might try to...
Bro, they always... How many times have they re-uploaded their fucking wedding? And it's just as unwatchable as content every single fucking time. Every single time it's dog shit content. It's not gonna magically get views this time, Firebat, because the content is just bad. It's just bad, and it's like it's uploaded as like these like 20-second long clips where nothing fucking happens. It's like you can't even tell what's going on. It's terrible, and it's like never anything interesting. But yeah. Guys, how do I look? I think I look okay, at least. I look better than usual, which makes me feel good.
Bring back, when my wife, got baptized. These are really important footnotes in our relationship. And
yeah, upload the baptism, yes, please, so, God, yes. That's what I wanted to see more of, is Tanya being fucking baptized. Thanks, Firebat.
I could.
Loki, I'm just kind of terrified of makeup. Yeah, so was I until today.
I couldn't do this without my wife. For those of you who don't know, about a month ago, I got the living shit scared out of me by a YouTuber named Rep Zion.
Yes, let's go. Rap Zion mentioned again. Let's fucking go, dude.
Who threatened.
Dude, Rap Zion on the beat.
To come to my home.
That's not what he did. That's not what he said. He did not say he was going to your home. He said he wanted to stream snipe you in person and ask you why you're a rapist.
And video bomb me. And, of course, like...
Yeah, why does Firebat think their wedding is content? Well, it's probably because they think that they're the most important person.
Normal commentaries never take accountability for their actions. They just kind of brush it off.
Doll really did a good job teaching you. Yeah, she like guided me through it. I was like on camera, and she was like guiding me through it, and she was also on camera. So I was basically just copying her.
And never take accountability, which is fine. And so, I mean, it's not fine because I really don't appreciate that this person will never apologize to me for even remotely hinting at that. But it is what it is. Moving on. So...
How dare he not apologize to Firebat?
My original plan was to leave YouTube, social media, all of it, and just disappear.
Who would have guessed that obviously wasn't going to happen? Oh wait, fucking everyone knew you were going to come back.
Well, my wife sat me down, and just like when I started transitioning a year ago, she asked me the same type of questions, is, well, what do you want? Is this really what you want? Do you really want...
Let's be real, Firebat was like openly as miserable as humanly possible to convince Tanya that the only way for them to not be miserable is to do their shitty YouTube stuff.
I want to walk away from what you love doing. And the truth is, I'm a vlogger. It's who I am. It's what I do. And I'm also a Minecrafter, and so I love...
And you're also a rapist. And a wife beater. But that's besides the point.
Sharing my stuff. And, commentaries have touched on this a lot, that I love attention, and the truth is, yes. That's why everyone does what they do, because they get attention.
Yeah, but your desire for it is excessive. That's the difference.
So I don't know why they brought that up. So moving on. So, without further ado, I think that's it. We might sometime down the road, might maybe bring back other games, but that's going to be way down the road if I'm going to be honest. I just do not have the time or energy to try to live stream like a live action game and then have to cut it mid-scene or mid-fight and then get murdered and then have to redo it again. I'd rather not do that because here's the thing. A baby takes a lot of attention and time and energy, and so my daughter gets top priority. Not YouTube, not anyone else, just my wife.
I don't believe you.
And my baby. And so I want to be able to do...
Do you guys believe Firebat when they say this shit?
Like, I don't know. I don't. Minecraft, where I can just end it anytime I want, since they're all silent live streams.
Yeah, because they're all dog shit.
And so that's what I'll be doing. I know a lot of people would like me to do commentary while I'm Minecrafting. Truth is, it's just not who I am. It's not what I like doing on YouTube.
Yeah, I like making dog shit videos that are unwatchable. Thanks, Firebat.
I suck at...
It's part of who I am is making unwatchable, silent Minecraft live streams.
But once in a while, when I'm in a good mood and I feel hyped up, then I might do a little clip with me talking, but for the most part, I'll leave it to vlogging like this. And so,
how many times have they quit vlogging? How many times have they quit live streaming? How many times have they quit all of these things?
Yeah, I guess without further ado, I'm going to get going. And I'm just repeating everything I said in my other videos, more or less.
Right.
Repeating.
Yeah, you have a tendency to do that.
So, if you haven't seen it on YouTube, now you've seen it on here. So, without further ado, I'm going to get going. And see you guys later. All right, bye.
Thanks, Firebat. Very, very cool, man. Very cool. Anyways. I need to pee again. Are you fucking serious, man? I'm like... There's something... Dude, my bladder is fucking raped. Okay, I've got a fucking weak-ass bladder. Okay. It's like if I drink a regular amount of water, I have to pee constantly. It's the worst. It's very annoying. I have to dehydrate myself in order to not pee constantly. So I'm going to play more of my past live stream. Because speaking of Firebat, here we go. BRB, guys. really need to pee. I'm so sorry. Dude, that's awesome, bro. That's fucking epic.
Anyways, it's covering Seraphic.
All the excuses.
Hell yeah.
So we're going to listen to this. We're going to go listen to this
great.
whole thing.
We love the black screen.
My wife is giving full consent just because it's a Seraphic, specifically. So I want to hear what this lying bitch has to say about me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the greatest
Lying
live show of all
bitch.
time. That is, dude. Right, everybody. We can. However, I will. We can skip that
today because I want
Yeah,
the
stream
VOD
censored
because
right
I've
now.
had- Okay. Now,
Oh, you mean the beef where I lied to your face saying you're a pathetic piece of shit, I don't like you? Oh, you mean the beef that we got over and we moved on from and you even told me yourself?
yeah, until you suicide baited. And also it came out that you were, hitting your wife, and also it came out that allegedly you're a fucking rapist. Yeah, I think it's fair for me to not want to associate with you. That's reasonable. Jesus, fuck.
In my own live stream that you and I were chill, that is just drama, this is just how it works in the drama.
Yeah, as if consent matters, dude. Suddenly Tanya's consent is important now. Dude, suddenly consent is important. Interesting.
World.
Very
You mean the
strange.
beef where you let it go and you try to collaborate with me multiple times, and I basically politely, as best as I can, say no because I don't trust you. Oh, you mean
Dude, it's really not about that. I think that rape allegations are a lot more serious than you what not collaborating. Which, by the way, that wasn't the issue that I had. The issue I had was you were a two-faced piece of shit.
that? Oh, yeah, definitely beef. Oh, you mean the beef you restarted when you joined the trough to make fun of me and bully me and say things that
Yeah,
are
after you suicide
not
baited.
true about me?
Yeah, after you
Yeah.
suicide baited and
Yeah,
fucking
it's
stressed
like-
out everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, I wonder why people wouldn't like me when I do horrible shit. I didn't do horrible shit to you directly, so why don't you like me? It's so fucking dumb. It's like I genuinely think that Firebat is incapable of comprehending that someone might dislike another person based on how they treat others.
Exactly.
I think Firebat legitimately believes that in order for somebody to have a legitimate reason to dislike someone, that person has to do something directly to them.
Right.
I unironically think that. And that's probably because that's how Firebat thinks. But Firebat is the kind of person that would be, friends with, like, I don't know, fucking anybody, okay? Fucking Jeffrey Epstein, as long as Epstein is fucking nice to them, No fucking standards.
Try.
Yo, Lolcow, genuinely though, truth nuke. Yo, past Femyoz making really good points. Also, I'm mogging past Femyoz right now because past Femyoz just does not know how to do makeup. And I also don't really know how to do makeup, but I'm learning from my girlfriend. Doll of Envy is the GOAT. What can I say? So I know more now than I did then. And I basically just had her instruct me on what to do and just copied her to the best of my ability. So yeah. What can I say? Anyways. I was able to get a Spyro, so I don't need to pee as much anymore? Yeah. Well, it is what it is. It is what it is, okay? It happens. It happens. So anyways, guys, we're gonna, fuck, what slop do we go over? We're gonna find some slop together, okay, guys? I honestly didn't prepare for this live stream beyond the Manta section. So everything else is just gonna be random fucking slop, okay? We're gonna do random shit. So what is this? June of 2026? You know what? What do you do? What do we do? I'm not interested in that. We already saw that, I think. What's Michael Nelson doing these days? Good question. You know what? Let's find out. Let's find out what Michael Nelson's been up to, okay? AI is for failures. You know what? I agree. We're not going to watch that, though. Trash talking? What's this? So we're off to a wonderful start, as you can see. Great. Wonderful audio balancing. I love how you can hear the fan being extremely loud in the fucking background. I think that's so cool.
Trash talking.
Also, yes, Gothios is real now, chat, okay? It's like, it's goth light, but, I'd call this aesthetic goth light. It's not full-on goth. Yo, Lolcow, genuinely, imagine if my eyebrows and hair were black, though. What would I look like, chat, if I had black hair and black eyebrows? Yo, would that be epic? Would that be based? Would I be serving cunt? I actually couldn't tell yet. I don't know.
Jive talking.
Shut up.
About the blue sky.
Okay, let's skip ahead.
Where's all water? Oh. Fine. Baby. Yeah. I think that'd be fun. I want to live in Japan.
Oh, of course you want to live in Japan. You're a fucking passport, bro. Who would have
I think
guessed?
that'd be fun.
Yeah, of course
Eat
you
Asian
would.
food.
You fetishize Asian people. That's the real
All
reason.
the time. Live out in the country, smell cherry blossoms.
We know the real reason you want to go there. You're a sex tourist.
Stare off at Mount Fuji in the distance.
Dog, what is the title of the stream? That's a segment we covered earlier. We were talking about some freak who sexually harassed me. But we already went through that. I'd recommend rewinding the VOD for context, but it was very disappointing because it was somebody that I was going to move in with, but they treated me like complete shit and they sexually harassed me. So then I said, fuck that. And then they tried to lie about me to my girlfriend to get her to break up with me, which obviously didn't work. And I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going to out this person as the piece of shit that they are. Why doesn't this person wear a shirt? Because he's retarded and he thinks that we all want to see his nasty skin flaps, I guess.
Yeah, just experience it all. Hi, Bones. How are you?
Okay. Let's skip ahead. Let's see if he schizos out at all.
Trick or treat.
Okay.
I just bumped a piece that I need. Ah, you moved your hand too fast, Mike.
Okay. We're gonna skip ahead. This looks kind of boring.
Matthew, what's going on?
Skip ahead.
Where she is, whether she's on TikTok. Do you remember that? The one was on the ladder? Boy, was that a hoot.
No idea what you're...
Oh, anybody remember that?
Bro, Michael Nelson did not just say ooh woo. Hold on a minute. Wait, what the fuck did I just skip into?
Boy, was that a hoot. Ew, anybody remember that?
Bro, we skipped to a random part of the stream and he just says ooh woo. He just randomly ooh woos. Oh no. Michael. When you do it as an old person, it's, it comes off as fucking horrific, okay? It's terrifying. In like a bad way, in like a, wow, you belong on a watch list kind of way. You know what I mean?
Hi, Cannon.
Wow, riveting stuff, Michael. Okay, let's skip ahead. Does he say anything interesting this stream?
When I put the crappy blender motor back so that the damper would switch, so I have AC, man, I was cussing up a storm. Remove this, remove that, remove the bracket, slide this out, move this out, and you're trying to be a contortionist and be upside down under there. I'm like, you know.
Damn, you're saying a whole lot of nothing. All right.
45 watching. How about New Year's Day? I did a live with no chat, 75,000 views.
Yeah, short streams be like that, bruh.
I mean, we were pushing over 600 at a time. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I've done that too. It's not really worthwhile in the long term to do just short streams. I learned that the hard way, by the way. It's like you don't sustain much of not like you get something out of it. Like I'm not gonna stop doing it. Like it's useful, but it needs to supplement something else. It can't be like it can't make your channel like sustained on its own. Like you can't sustain a channel off of those alone. You have to do other stuff on it.
That was amazing.
Wow, he's just talking about how amazing it was when he got a bunch of views one time. That's so cool.
A lot of abuse, toxicity.
Okay, yep, he's gonna talk about how he's the perpetual victim.
It was time to exit stage right.
Dude, what is he yapping about?
Matt, you have a good one, man. I hope,
Alright, I'm bored. I can't be asked. Most of Michael Nelson's content is boring. He's only entertaining when he schizos out. Anyways. Guys, do you wanna watch She Left Her Lesbian Relationship After Encountering Jesus? Yo, that looks fucking epic, dude. That looks fucking awesome. Hold on, I need to brush my hair a little bit. I'm sorry. It's a fucking mess. My hair is horrific. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why it's such an issue. Gas? Yeah, it looks, yo, low-key, it does look gas. It does look gas. It looks like peak content. Okay, it looks Kino. It looks Kino, okay? I saw that video on my feed the other day. Yeah, you're welcome, by the way. I'm the reason, most likely. I'm assuming I'm the reason that was even on your feed. Because the shit that we watch together, since I've covered this guy multiple times, I would not be surprised if I was the reason. Yeah. Why did I say it so anonymous? Or so ominously. Why did I say anonymously? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm tired. I'm probably not going to do this for that much longer. But man, I do not want to take off my makeup, that's for sure. Because I low-key don't feel that bad about myself. So anyways, guys, we're going to take a look at how apparently she left her lesbian relationship after encountering Jesus. Hip hip hooray! The truth set her free. Oh boy, I'm so excited. Okay, so we've got this like nasty middle-aged ogre in the intro. We're off to an amazing start. Beautiful. Alright, we're just gonna skip the intro. I'm sorry. I don't need to see this fat fuck walk around awkwardly.
Podcast about embracing God's standard for sexuality. I'm your host.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Thank goodness. Brady.
Calibrate Conversations, a podcast about embracing God's standard for sexuality. I'm your host, Brady Cohn. Make sure you like this video.
Yeah, speaking of God's standard for sexuality, in Deuteronomy 22, 28, 29, he literally said that rape victims should be forced to marry their rapists as a quote-unquote punishment to the rapist. So, are we sure you want to cite the Bible? Yeah, I'm just saying, dude. I'm just saying.
Video, leave a nice comment if you'd be
I'm not going to do that. That's for fucking sure.
so kind. If you're listening on, please
Listen, okay? If you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything at all. So I will not be saying anything at all in your comment section, okay? I'm just saying.
like Apple Podcasts, leave us a 5-star review. We'd really, really appreciate it so
No, I'm good.
more people could find
So imagine listening to this shit unironically as a podcast. Holy fuck. Listening to me as a podcast makes sense. This guy, though, not so much.
this podcast.
Then again, who would watch this guy unironically anyway? Actually, you know what? I think he does have a good face for podcasts. Because, like, you know. So I guess it makes sense.
Well, joining me today is a very special guest. Her name is Patty Height. And, you know, I love
He has, like, a voice for silent movies and a face for the radio. So
sharing other people's testimonies because the world needs to see that people like me exist and that people
yeah, you know, people like Brady Cohn, for instance, who's totally not gay anymore, okay? God made him straight. He totally likes pussy now.
like Patty exist. The world claims that those of us who have walked away from homosexuality, we're all just faking it. And there's
No, you're repressing it. That's what you're doing. You're still gay. You're still attracted to men. You're not attracted to women. You've made that clear in your other videos.
none of us who are actually real and genuine. And every day in the news, there's someone who had claimed to have walked away from homosexuality, and we see that they fell back into sin, and the world uses that
Wow, it's almost like they're not actually straight now. Whoa.
as kind of this proof that everyone is faking it. But
Yeah. You're lying to yourself more than you're lying to anyone else.
there's so many of us. There are thousands and thousands of us who have found
No.
freedom. And it's not
Freedom? Really? Repression is freedom, apparently.
not always a just easy. Nope.
Oh, why wouldn't it be easy? If God is there for you, wouldn't he make it so that you don't want to have gay sex anymore? Like if you have exclusively the desire to have gay sex, buddy, I have bad news for you, okay? You're not straight.
Steady path of discipleship. There's ups and downs. There's trials and tribulations. There's
Yet trials and tribulations, parentheses, when I secretly want to have gay sex still. Buddy, straight people don't desire gay sex. That's not a thing.
moments of just frustration and disobedience and sin, but God is faithful to pick us up and keep us going. And I am so excited to share one of those stories today. And I know that you guys will be extremely blessed by Patty's story.
Oh my God, guys, are you ready to be blessed? I'll take a look at the emo guy later, maybe the NKLSCRR. I could take a look at him after this, since we've got nothing better to do.
So Patty, welcome. Tell us a little bit about your life.
Thank you so much for the invite.
Ugh. Why does she look like that?
And I love how the Lord just knits people together so they
So they have double chins and neck flaps and all this gross stuff.
We come to find out who they are and how like-minded they are, and even some of our history can be similar, and the Lord just brings people together. And so it's very nice to officially meet you face-to-face conversationally, and I'm excited.
Yeah, repressed ugly lesbian is on the menu.
For how
she looks like she's not had sleep for 2 days. Yeah, and we're supposed to aspire to be like this.
Lord,
this is supposed to be the example of what we should aspire to.
Directs our time together. So before I share a little bit about myself, I want to share 2 verses and the contrast, so to speak.
Oh boy, I'm so excited. Also, you're fucking loud.
Of them, because that's a little bit of my life. I'll share who I was before Christ, and then
you're probably a lot more fun to be around. You were probably a lot less miserable before you quote unquote found Christ.
Freedom that came in and through him.
Yeah, the Lord knits people together so they're all trapped in his death cult for real.
And so I'll start with freedom. It's one of my life.
You mean the thing you don't have because you're a repressive little freak?
Verses.
Well, not little, you're kind of overweight, but still.
And it's John chapter 8, verse 32. Jesus says, "And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free."
Okay, then why do people that repress being gay not feel very free?
And that's in contrast to when he.
Why do I feel freer when I'm actually able to be myself? Like if I lie to myself and I'm like, no, I'm totally a straight guy, then it's like I don't feel free. Me being like, no, I'm like a gay trans woman is very freeing.
Was speaking to certain Pharisees in John 8:44, Jesus still speaking says, "You are of your father, the devil, and the desires of your father you want to do. He was a murderer."
Okay, well, why do those desires exist then? If God doesn't want us to do those things, he could just make us not have those desires if he's all powerful.
Murderer from the beginning and does not stand.
Wait, we have the desires of the devil, who's our father? And he was a murderer? But I don't have the desire to murder people, so how can I have his desires? That doesn't make any sense. Is a little bit of a self-report for choosing this one specifically? It's like, okay, do you have the desire to murder people, lady? I mean, you look like you do. You look like you would murder people if you didn't believe in God.
And in the truth.
But that just means you're not a good person if you need God to tell you not to commit murder. Hey, by the way, don't be a serial killer. Oh, thanks, God. I was about to go, murder 20 people. But thanks to your word, God, I'm not going to go do that now. Wow, I'm sure you're a great person.
Because there is no...
Also, how many did God murder? Too many to count.
Truth in him. When he speaks...
But you're not allowed to question it. You're not allowed to find inconsistencies. That's illegal, okay? That's what the devil wants you to do, apparently.
When he speaks a lie, he speaks from his own resources, for he is a liar and the father of it. And that was my story. I was believing lies in my life.
Really, what was the lie?
And
was the lie that you're attracted to women? Because that's not a lie. It's either the case that you are or aren't. That's
understandably so because of what I experienced. And
how can you lie to yourself about whether or not you experience sexual attraction to women? Like you would know. Yeah, you would know.
I lived very many years being hurt from what was deception in my life. And then I turned it around and called it freedom. And I called it.
Right, but I'm sure you being repressive as fuck and pretending, oh, I'm totally not a lesbian now. I totally don't hate being with men. I'm sure that makes it so much better.
Living my truth.
Yes.
And
well, you were probably closer to living your truth back then than you are now.
And so
that's the culture right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give yourself to sin and you call that freedom because I can do what my heart desires.
Okay. If God doesn't want you to do those things, he could just make your heart desire different things.
And that is the world's version of freedom, even though it leads to actual slavery.
What? Gay sex is when slavery? Huh? Also, I wouldn't bring up slavery, buddy. You know, the thing that God endorses in the Bible. I'm just saying.
Really does. And you know what? I didn't know that. And it does lead to...
Dude, slavery is when gay sex.
Slavery. And that's why the Lord led me to...
Yeah, new kink unlocked. Dude, just because you did slave... Like master/slave dynamics in the bedroom doesn't mean that's actually slavery. That's right, Kai. Don't you want to be a good little slave? Only for envy.
To call my ministry Out of Egypt Ministries.
Oh, great. So it's the collaboration. It's the ultimate collaboration of the two grifter ministries. That's fucking epic, dude. Let's go.
Not Egyptian trying to leave the Middle East. It's my favorite food. I love Middle Eastern food. But out of Egypt in the sense,
something tells me you don't love Middle Eastern people, though.
Spiritual sense, that place of bondage and that place of slavery. And
dude, I'm sorry, but like, you cannot convince me that these people are not like fucking BDSM freaks behind the scenes, okay? We're talking about bondage and slavery, dude. We're doing the whole BDSMtest.org thing right now. So let me guess, you're into master/slave. You're into rope play. What else? Obviously sub-dom dynamics. What else are we gonna do?
My place of bondage and slavery was my own self-proclaimed.
I wonder what her thoughts are on Israel. You know, that's what I want to know. Okay, the people demand answers. Okay, are you pro-Israel?
Sexual and gender identity.
No, this live stream is sponsored by Israel, you guys.
Of gay was my sexual identity, and I didn't really have a gender identity.
You did, and you still do. You're a woman. That is your gender identity, you fucking retard. What do you mean you didn't have a gender identity? Were you agender? Is that what you mean? In which case, fair enough, but I don't think that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, because there weren't the labels that we have now, so I just
what? You can have an identity without being able to articulate it. Just because there's not a label for something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Wait, do you think that things only exist as soon as we have labels for them? Are you that fucking stupid?
Called myself a person, but I presented myself in the masculine, but I didn't call myself trans or I didn't really say I was non-binary, but I didn't call myself she, her, and I did not call myself he, him, which is.
So you called yourself they, them? What pronouns did you use?
Hard to do, but I managed. So
did you go by they, them pronouns then? Oh, I'm confused. That's the implication, I guess. So you would be non-binary then?
And that distortion of reality that.
But what reality is being distorted? What exactly would you be confused about? Obviously, you wouldn't have been confused about what physiological characteristics you possess. So what are you confused about?
Confusion for me started at a very young age. Some of my earliest memories in childhood were thinking that I was a boy, and
I wonder why.
And it worked for me in a sense in that.
I wonder. Wow, crazy. It's almost like you're a closeted trans guy.
The neighborhood that I grew up in was mostly all boys on my end of the street because.
Oh yeah, surely that was the causal factor, right? Right. So when I was 5 years old and I knew that I wanted to be a girl and would pray to God, saying, please just let me wake up as a girl. And, thinking about how I wish there could be like a magical button that I could push to turn myself into a girl. Yeah, I'm sure that was just a wacky coincidence, right?
Back in, the Fred Flintstones days when I was little and, we were...
yeah, like 5,000 years ago.
Only playing in neighborhoods, there weren't play dates. And so the fact that I only had boys in my neighborhood seemed like the best thing for me because...
Okay. Sure. But you're saying it's your earliest memories. Are you sure?
Every thought I had, I felt like it was being processed, so to speak, through a male.
Yeah, she does not make any sense.
Brain, and I had what I thought.
Women known for having male brains, of course.
What everybody thought were boyish mannerisms and all of that, and so my heart and
you still do, by the way.
My mind thought I was a boy, but my body was obviously declaring something else. And when I was old enough to realize.
So what you're saying is you had gender incongruence.
Realize that, which I don't know if I was 4 or 5 or 6 years old. I don't have a lot of distinct memories of that time period. But when I realized I wasn't actually a boy, I started to verbalize it to my parents, and then they didn't really know what to do. So when I was 8 years old, my mom took me to the doctor.
You can be a tomboy and a Christian, that's fine. Yet you can also be trans and a Christian. I mean, Christianity contradicts itself all the time anyway, so I don't even think it contradicts the Bible directly. So
it was in the 1970s and said, my daughter thinks she's a boy. What should we do? And in his either nonchalance or, a lack of ability of understanding of what to do, he just said, don't worry about it. She'll grow out of it someday and make a fine wife. So my mom really left.
Yeah, what a wonderful response. Clearly it worked very well.
Discouraged, and I didn't know how to feel. I just wanted to get back home and play ball. So it was very, very confusing in that.
I think she was just a butch when she grew up. That's a very much a thing. I'm not saying it's not, but she's distinctly saying that she was a boy, or that she thought she was a boy. It's like that's an identity claim, not an expression claim.
Early childhood place for me, because I didn't know if I was a boy or a girl. Everyone told me I was a girl, but
what you said that you thought you were a boy.
I felt like a boy. I did all the boy things. I fit in really well with the boys. Had nothing to do with the girls at school, because the things they were interested in felt silly or even dumb. I looked down on girls when I was that age. Like,
yeah, no, this is definitely a closeted trans man. I'm sorry. Like, the misogyny is there. Okay. Dude, he's literally misogynistic. Okay. You cannot tell me this isn't a closeted trans guy. Okay. He is so male-brained. He is so fucking male-brained that his first instinct was to be misogynistic as fuck. Dude. I'm sorry. Okay.
Look at the dumb things they're doing. I'm going to go home and play kill the carrier with the boys when I get home from school. So it was hard. It was hard for me to understand really what was going on.
Absolutely. And, we live in a world today that is so extremely different, where in today's world, you would have been labeled as transgender, and that
yeah,
you were assigned the wrong gender at birth. And
yeah, they probably were.
You're actually supposed to be a boy, and they would have pushed medical.
What?
And
no one would push anything. Like, you would have to explicitly ask for it, and then you'd have to get diagnosed with gender dysphoria and have it persistent over the course of at least 6 months, as well as a whole other myriad of symptoms. And then a doctor would have to sign off on it, and so would the parents. And then the kid would also have to explicitly want that, and that's only to get puberty blockers, let alone HRT. So it's like, what are we fucking saying, dude?
And so thank goodness that you grew up in the 70s and not right now.
Thank goodness. And even that word assigned at birth, we're not assigned at birth.
Yeah, we quite literally are. That's how that works. When a doctor, when the child gets taken out of the mom's pussy, they quite literally do. They quite literally assign a gender. That's like the first thing they do.
We're knit together in our mother's womb from a creator who...
There's no evidence of this.
Who knew us even before we were knit together in our...
That doesn't make any sense.
Our mother's womb, as it says in Jeremiah 1:5. But Psalm 139 tells us that every day is fashioned for us when as yet there were none.
So you believe in gendered souls then? You're fucking retarded. If you believe in gendered souls, that would correspond with a pro-trans view. You know that, right? Like, what? The flesh is imperfect, so wouldn't the soul be more impervious to yeah, never mind. It's not going to make any sense. Is that
of them? And he knows our thoughts even before we think them.
Yeah, it's like okay, so you believe. Yeah, it's like also that doesn't address the point. It's like good point, Noah. Yeah, it's like, girl, you believe that God assigned genders. It's like so you do believe in assigned genders. You're just kicking the can down the road by saying that God assigned them rather than a doctor assigned them. They're still assigned. There's still social categories that are assigned.
He knows us so intimately. There's no one that fully knows us and fully loves us like the Lord.
Right. He loves you so much that he gives you gender dysphoria and makes you miserable unless you transition, but also you're going to hell if you transition. Wow. What a loving thing to do.
But I didn't know the Lord. I wasn't raised in a Christian home in the sense of knowing who Jesus was. I mean, we went to church occasionally, Christmas and Easter, and maybe a time or two during my childhood, but nothing.
Yeah, what went wrong then?
That I can remember of who God was, and certainly no discussion of him in our home. And so I didn't know what the truth was, and I didn't know, even more importantly, who the truth was. And so I made up my own truth. And my own truth was...
See, what I do is I just don't make anything up. I just go based on evidence, because I'm not retarded like you.
I was a little boy.
Yes, these are the people that deny evolution and think that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Correct.
Boy, trapped in this girl's body.
Why would you think that? Why would you think that if you're a cis woman? Make it make sense.
How do I get out of this?
By transitioning, dummy.
And I know now where some of that confusion came from, and it's
really And you've established the causal link how exactly?
Circumstances that happened in
circumstances, really.
my life. It's my testimony. It's my story. It's not
Really?
everyone's
Yeah, it's probably a made-up story, regardless.
story,
but
although
digress.
there are some commonalities. If you listener, if you scroll through Brady's podcasts and listen to
Yeah, if you listen to all the fake stories, I'm sure that they're all similar because they're written by the same kinds of people.
testimonies,
Either that or it's like the same kind of... It's either people that are brainwashed or people that are lying. But yeah.
you might find a lot of similarities for those of us that share from a place of an LGBT identity. And so one of the things that was confusing for me that made me not appreciate my sex, which is now called gender, was...
Yeah, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by gender? What do you mean by sex? What do those terms mean?
the relationship that I saw between my parents,
because if you're talking about our conception of something that which is what that is, even if we take a look at sex, I would actually be hesitant to even say that sex is a biological construct, because it's actually not, right? Because you're conceptualizing something. Those categories don't exist in a vacuum. Those categories are ones that we made up on the basis of pattern recognition. We recognized patterns on the basis of what physiological characteristics are generally seen with other physiological characteristics, and we drew conclusions from there, right? But that's also why there's exceptions. For example, if you take a look at intersex people, right? In many cases, those characteristics aren't actually lined up in that way. And the fact of the matter is that those are not two discrete, like the physiological characteristics in question don't all neatly fit into these two discrete categories, which tells us one very important detail. Those categories were created after those physiological characteristics existed, not the other way around. Okay? And that's important.
Father and mother were always just picking at each other. It's not, I mean, they had arguments, every mom and dad, every marriage.
Right. My parents argued, therefore I became transgender. That's not how that works, buddy. You're just saying shit.
There's arguments, there's disagreements, but they would
there are plenty of parents that fight all the time whose kids don't have any desire to transition.
just badger each other all day long. And what bothered me the most is the way my dad spoke to my mother. He would call her stupid and worthless and crazy, and I'm going to drop you off at the loony bin and never pick you up. And he would hear this day after day after day. And so that planted a seed in my heart that either my mom really was stupid and worthless and crazy, or my dad was verbally abusive.
Yeah, obviously he was.
And a liar. And I didn't have the maturity to understand that my dad was abusive and lying. So I
okay, I'm glad you recognize it now.
believed what he said. And so I detached from my mom, because I'm like, well, if I'm a girl and
I don't think that, this is a stretch. We're rewriting history.
my mom is a girl, then I'm going to grow up to be like her. And that means I'm going to be stupid and worthless and crazy. And I want to be strong and important. So I'm going to pull away from her and lean more into what I already feel comfortable with anyways, which is the things that seemingly are.
Yeah, my mom was mean, so I decided to wear a dress. I'm sorry, this is just not real. I'm sorry, I don't believe this for a second.
More masculine. Now, if that was
Getting into why sex isn't binary, but a binary distribution. Yeah.
Simply.
Right. If that wasn't a part of my story.
I see that pattern a lot with, lesbian women, to where there is abuse. Many times there's sexual abuse, but many times their issues are with both men and women. Many times there's abuse from, a man in their life, many times their father, and they kind of reject being feminine because being feminine got them abused, like being this cute little girl got them abused. So they
well, they were going to get abused anyway, but okay.
Reject being feminine. And
okay, sure. Sure, dude. Yeah, that's definitely the reason.
And they want to be like a man because men are powerful and in control, and men aren't the ones who are getting abused.
But then why do people transition in the opposite direction then?
And so I see that pattern a lot in lesbian women, and every story is different, and not every
Yeah, lesbian woman is when trauma. So true.
Pattern fits every person, but that is very, very common. And I also...
Okay. What's the causal link exactly?
See, then in a lot of those women,
there's no causal link. Oh, okay, my bad, I forgot.
Being very resentful towards their mom, and many times they felt like their mom didn't protect them from the abuse, and they see their mom as being weak.
What does that have to do with being a lesbian? You're retarded.
And they don't want to be that, and so they reject, womanhood. But so there's a lot of different.
Also, again, reject womanhood. But are we talking about trans people or lesbians? Which one?
Circumstantial.
But does he think that lesbians are all secretly trans men? Does he not know the difference between a butch lesbian and a trans guy? What a fucking idiot.
Just realities there that cause us to believe lies about ourselves and about God and about the world, about other people. In Romans 1, they exchange the truth about God for a lie. And we can do that based on our circumstances that are not, in our control. And that doesn't mean it's your fault as a child, obviously, that you
Okay, so why does it suddenly become a person's fault, like the nanosecond they turn 18? Like, does their brain magically quadruple in size? Or like, what's the discrepancy there? What's the discrepancy? I loved it because the fact of the matter is, there's no evidence to suggest that there even is a God, let alone your God specifically. So it's like, okay, let's say that your God is the correct one. But like I as an atheist or as an agnostic atheist have come to the wrong conclusion. Why do I get punished for that? For using my brain to the best of my ability to come to the most rational conclusion. Why would I get punished? That doesn't make any sense.
Those circumstances, but then your heart believed lies based on those circumstances that led you.
Well, how do you know that those are lies? You haven't established this. You're just presupposing.
To a dark place.
From such a young age. And I look at it as, we know the parable of the seeds and the sower, right? The 4 different places that the seed fell. And so I kind of like.
No, I have no idea what you're yapping about. I'm not going to lie.
Like to envision our hearts as a place that's receiving seeds, either seeds of truth or seeds of deception. And
how do you distinguish them?
Whatever's watered is going to grow. And so for many years in my life, seeds of deception were being planted.
Planted what? By Satan? How do you know that they were deception? Like, what's your logical justification for this?
My heart and Satan and circumstances.
Satan and circumstances. Wow, who would have guessed?
Satan doesn't care if I'm a cute little girl that's confused about her gender. He loved it.
Based on what? What's your evidence of this?
The confused one. Let me.
Satan, known for making people confused by making them transgender ? Like, this is so fucking stupid. This is such a stretch. It's like, do you even have evidence that Satan is real? We'll start there. Oh, no, you don't.
Water these seeds of deception that come from circumstances, and they just might grow into a lifelong lie, which was his hope, but praise God.
Okay, but what's the lie though? Like, you haven't established this either. You're saying, well, the lie is that I was a boy. Okay, what makes it a lie though? Why is that wrong?
God, he did not have victory in that. And I too was one of those little girls that was sexually abused for a number of years. And I thought that if I could just somehow become that boy that I already enjoy.
Right, because men and boys never get sexually abused, as we all know.
Enjoyed being more boy-like anyways. If I could just become a boy, that sexual abuse would stop. Because I mean,
sad if true, but I really don't believe her. I'm going to be real.
It's so confusing for a child to be abused in such a...
Yeah, the abuse made me lesbian and transgender. No, it fucking didn't.
Horrific way that you try
There's no such thing. That doesn't fucking happen.
Brain, whether you're 5 or you're 50.
There's never been a causal link between these things established.
55, your brain is always trying to figure out the answers to all things that are happening and all these things that you're experiencing. And that's where my brain went. Well, if you were a boy.
Yeah, and your brain's gotten even more irrational since.
This wouldn't happen.
You're even dumber now than you were as a kid.
And so if I didn't have those were the 2 biggest contributing factors, I believe, for...
Wow, the biggest contributing factors is that my dad said mean things to my mom and I was raped. Therefore, I became transgender. But thankfully, God saved me.
Or the deception and the identity that I walked in and carried for so many years. I probably just would have been a little girl that was athletic, enjoyed playing ball, and then hit puberty. And then, puberty's never fun for anybody. But then...
I wonder why you hated puberty so much.
Yes, it's a pretty horrible time.
It's a very horrible time.
Yeah, if you're trans, it's like sometimes arguably worse than getting raped. I'd actually love to ask the person who thought that they were like a boy, like, okay, what was worse, getting essayed as a child or going through puberty? Because if the answer is going through puberty, that means that they're trans for sure. I'm not saying that like they wouldn't be trans if that wasn't the case, but there have been a lot of trans people that have straight up said that going through their natal puberty was worse than getting sexually assaulted as children, if they were sexually assaulted as children. Just saying.
You know, on the other side of puberty, I probably would have been one of those young persons that would have come into more congruence with my, what is now called gender.
Really, you're congruent now. Because that's what I thought would happen. I thought, oh, I'll just grow out of it. And it didn't happen. It got worse. Because that's actually not how that works.
And moved on to enjoy being a female and grown into my womanhood. But
yeah, that's what I thought would happen, but in the opposite way. But it didn't. It's like, no, I actually wanted to kill myself every day at the thought of becoming more masculine. Ugh, disgusting. I'd rather die.
I truly believe, and because I've sat with the Lord.
Honestly, me getting deeper voice got a lot of respect. That was the one thing that I was fine with, was my voice getting deeper, just because I wanted to be taken more seriously. But that was it. That was the only thing that, like, I didn't mind too much, was my voice getting deeper. But that's just because I was sick of being treated like a child.
That those were the two biggest experiences that I had that brought that distortion and therefore the deception in my life, which then led to behavior that led to an identity.
But you haven't established causal links for any of these things.
Yes, that is the pattern for so many of us. And
no, it's not. Well, also, you were never trans. You're a wannabe straight man who's obviously gay. It's like completely different.
No, there's nothing new under the sun. And Romans 1, we have that same pattern of deceitfulness and developing desire and developing lust, and God gives us over that and allows us.
What does wanting to be the opposite gender have to do with lust? It's not a sexual thing, dude.
Just to live in it, and we go down that path in our lives.
Yeah, I had an identity, and having identities is bad. Okay, you're not allowed to do that. Okay, I don't use pronouns. I sexually identify as non-binary, and my pronouns are USA.
Yeah, and so because I didn't really go to my parents for help, and I had a brother and sister, but they were 15 and 13 years older than me, so they were already out of the home. And you know, when I was younger, the boys that I was hanging out with eventually didn't want to hang out with me anymore because that just got awkward for them, and I didn't know how to hang out with girls, so I was very, very lonely. We didn't have a.
So nothing has changed then, I presume.
You know, I didn't have a pastor. I had no idea what youth group was.
Well, I mean, I assume you wouldn't want to. I assume you wouldn't have wanted to experience more child rape, so it's probably for the better that you didn't have a pastor.
So a youth pastor. I didn't have anyone to talk to, and thank God I didn't have the internet to go to. There was no Google.
Yes.
There was
no, not the internet. The internet's so bad. Heaven forbid you be able to find actual answers that don't correspond with what this fucking cult says.
Nothing like that. I mean, the computers were like, you know, the size of refrigerators, and
yeah, you mean like your double chin?
And you know, you couldn't look things up like you do. Homes didn't have computers.
We get it. You're a fucking fossil.
Computers back then. Wow.
We get it. You belong in a nursing home. We know. We can tell just by looking at you.
I sound so ancient.
Because you are. We can tell just from looking at your face how ancient you are. You're old as fuck.
But I
yeah, she's more stupid now than she was as a kid. It's actually impressive.
Couldn't go in and type in, how do you know you're gay? How do you know you're trans? And I'm so thankful for that.
Oh, thank goodness I wasn't able to find information. Heaven forbid. Learning things is of the devil.
Because if I did...
Yo, thank you for 50 likes. Let's fucking go, dude.
Plethora of information would have come up, and most of it would have been lies, and I would have believed those lies because they would have met me exactly in what I was feeling. And so that's what oftentimes lies do. That's what oftentimes...
What makes you think that those are lies? How do you know that what you're saying now isn't a fucking lie?
The internet does. That's what predators...
Or are you knowingly lying?
...do, and that's what...
Yeah, dude, being trans is like when predators exist. So true.
The enemy...
Really, really awesome.
Satan does, is he comes and he tries to meet us right where we are in our feelings.
Yeah, so true. Being trans is just like when Satan and predators. So true, Queen.
And he uses our feelings to draw us away from the truth. But so I was very isolated, very alone. And then I started meeting some kids on the way on the other end of our street, and they were kids that were drinking. And so,
woo, I hope they were drinking Buzzballs, okay, for the Firebat stream.
so at 12 years old, I started drinking with the kids down on that.
We love Buzzballs. We love Buzzballs. Everybody is buzzing for Buzzballs. Let's fucking go. Dude, Firebat mentioned, guys.
End of the street. And I remember one time being 12 years old and drank almost a whole bottle of gin between.
Yo, dude, bro is actually skinwalking the trough. That's crazy. Why is she trying to skinwalk trough now?
3 very skinny little 12-year-old kids. Or
yeah, maybe the fact that you were drinking so much so young is why your brain doesn't work no more.
Young teenagers. And I was passing.
Yeah, no wonder why your brain doesn't work. No wonder why you're this stupid at your age.
Now in the field between my backyard and the park behind us.
Dude, that explains the mental deterioration.
And I could,
dude, clearly alcohol did a number on your brain permanently.
Hear my parents calling my name, and I just remember thinking somehow if I could just open my eyes, they would find me. And eventually someone would, the whole neighborhood was looking for me, and someone found me passed out on the path. And you would think that I wouldn't drink from that point on, but that was the beginning of
the brain damage arc, which explains why they are where they are today.
Alcohol journey that lasted for 24 years. And then very quickly.
Yeah, so glad there was no computer in the 70s. Anyways, when I was 12, I slammed this handle of gin and got fucking drunk as shit. And I completely damaged my brain permanently as a result. And I became so retarded that even though I hated the experience of getting blackout drunk, I just kept doing it over and over again because my brain had already been damaged to that point.
After that, I turned to marijuana. I started smoking pot, which is...
No, not marijuana. That's so scary. She acts like computers are bad. Yeah. Back in my day, things were so much better when 12-year-olds would get shit-faced drunk. Yeah, more drunk than the trough, okay? They would do Firebat Buzzball streams without the streaming element because streams didn't exist back then.
100% a gateway drug. And because the alcohol...
Marijuana is a gateway drug? What is a gateway drug to?
The pot weren't enough to keep pushing down the confusion and the pain I had.
Dude.
By the time I was 13, I turned to heavier drugs like cocaine and Ellis. I did a lot of...
Yeah, no wonder why your brain is all fucked up now. Yeah, she majorly fucked up her developing brain. No wonder why she's fucking stupid as shit as an adult.
LSD.
Oh, wow.
Mushrooms and quaaludes were big back then. And just...
Is that how you met God, was from doing mushrooms or hallucinating?
I was high or drunk all the time because
Yeah, you damaged your brain, we know.
Did not like the confusion and the pain that I was...
What you're saying is you didn't like gender dysphoria, so you completely fucking damaged your brain and became this fucking shell of your former self. You became a shell of a human, right? You became a fucking vegetable as your solution. But guys, it's totally not an immutable characteristic. Don't you guys want to be like a fucking vegetable like me and find God? Don't you want to become a brain damaged vegetable like me, guys? Wouldn't that be so awesome? Dude, you cannot make this shit up. Oh my lord. Oops. I don't mean to press that.
Experiencing in my emotions. And I didn't know that I could cry out to God because nobody told me about the Lord.
Oh, yeah. Surely that would have fixed everything.
And so it was a very lonely teenage years for me. And I partied until I was 17 and moved away. I was in Western New York, near Buffalo. Go Buffalo Bills. Just have to give a shout out to the Bills.
Did she just say go Buffalo Bill? Ayo, Buffalo Bill mentioned?
And
they kind of look like they kind of look like AFAB Buffalo Bill. I can't lie.
And then my sister, who I had mentioned was older than me, was living in Florida. So as soon as I graduated high school, she brought...
Oh, poor sister having to live in Florida. That sucks.
Me to Florida to live with her. And, you would think maybe with a new start that I wouldn't party as much, but I just continued to party because I brought all the pain and the confusion with me. And so now I'm in Florida.
But clearly the issue was they just didn't find God.
Partying with people that are older and met a guy at one of...
She's settling down in her old age, explains the late life turn into ex-gay grifter Christian. Yeah.
These parties, and he was starting to show interest in me, which was a little confusing for me because I'd never experienced that before. I didn't date anybody.
Yeah, probably because you're ugly.
Been sexually active because I was a partier
and because people need to be drunk as fuck. People need to be extremely drunk and high to ever want to tap that.
When I was still in...
No one would ever tap that ass unless they're fucking, like, doing fentanyl, okay? I'm sorry.
New York, was at parties with people that were much older than me because I played softball in a women's evening league.
How was she able to squeeze dopamine out of worship service after 20 years of I don't know, man.
And, basically a beer league. And so I didn't date men, but I was sexually active in the sense of trading myself sexually to these men in exchange for the drugs that they had that I was now addicted to. And so, I know now that, these men were in their late 20s, early 30s, and I'm 15 and 16 and 17 years old. So now I know that's more sexual abuse. That was so wrong on their end.
Yes.
But thanks for saying that rape is bad. Holy shit. What a brave, controversial stance. Well, I mean, to be fair, it kind of is in the Christian community, but that's besides the point.
Saw it as me being in control, more deception. And so when this guy asked me out, showed me interest in Florida, I was just like, so I started playing pool, shooting pool with
Wait, I thought you said you were a lesbian. What happened?
and then he asked me out on a
So you're saying is you're bisexual?
date, and I was the first time I'd ever been asked out on a date. I had just turned 18 years old. And now I'm going through scenarios in my head. I'm like, well, I'm not attracted to him, but he seems
Maybe I spoke too soon.
like a nice guy, but our guy's nice, and he
seems like a nice guy, but our guy is nice. Dude. Yeah, you can see that the drugs really did a number on her
hasn't
brain.
actually said, hey, I have some, cocaine. Do you want to go back in the back room and do some coke? Or it was none of that. He just was talking to me because he just saw me. So that was something new for me. Like, I'm not attracted to him at all, but
yeah, he was probably some nasty ogre who was desperate. That's why he was dating you, dumbass.
he sees me. I felt
Yes, and you're so
seen.
just craving that type of attention.
100%.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that some fucking nasty ogre who looks like Manta wanted to date you, and because you're so fucking chopped and disgusting and retarded that nobody that you know ever asked you out or wanted to date you, but so you'll take anything you can get, but you're like, oh man, I'm not attracted to him, right? So both of you would be settling for each other, right? Because both of you would be desperate.
I'd not had it before, so I was drawn in by that, and he kept asking me to go out on a date, and finally I said yes. And I didn't really
Bro, he sounds like a fucking rapist.
know what to do with that. I don't remember how I got ready or if I asked my sister for help. I don't remember. But what I remember is
Like, if you ask someone over and over again and they keep saying no, you sound like a fucking rapist.
being in the car and asking him why everyone seemed so excited to see him at this party. I thought maybe he was, somebody popular because he was playing a bunch of music. So I thought maybe he was in a popular band or something in the area.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was such a cool guy.
But he said that the reason everyone was so happy to see him is because he just got released from prison. It was the first.
not the fucking not the fucking AI slop image. Not the fucking AI slop image to fucking supplement it. Not it saying county or correctional facility. Just not which county, just county or correctional facility. It's so random combined with also what is the bar? What's the barbed wire doing here? What's the point of the barbed wire if there's just a thing over it? Shouldn't the barbed wire be over the dude?
First time everyone's seen him since he got out of jail. So, I just turned 18 years old. I'm like thinking, okay, this guy's not like those guys back in New York. He actually sees me. He's not trying anything on me. But come to find out, he just got released from prison. And so now I'm...
yeah, who would have guessed that some ugly ass fucking ogre that just got released from prison is the only guy that was actually interested in you without being high?
weighing it in the balances in my head, like, am I safe? Should I just ask him to take me home? So I just asked him, what he did to go to prison, and he just
Dude, imagine he says that he was a rapist.
nonchalantly said, I was away for a few years for armed robbery. It's no big deal. And so,
dude, what the fuck? Bro, this shit's too funny to be real. I'm sorry. Bro, this has to be a made-up story.
when he said it's no big deal, I heard that and said, okay, it's no big deal. Let's continue.
Dude, he told me that the armed robbery was no big deal, so I just believed him, bro. What do you mean? Armed robbery? Pfft, no biggie, dude. We all do a little bit of armed robbery every now and again. She has the survival instincts of a fucking rock.
Continue to go out on this date. We continued to date. And
this person is retarded.
Just shy of a year later, we ended up getting married. And I thought, this is my ticket out of, because by that point, I noticed I was same-sex attracted probably around 10 or 11 years old.
Oh, yeah, and you didn't fucking mention that until just now. You're just mentioning that. It's almost like it's a fucking grift, and it wasn't actually that important, and you just sort of made it up.
And that just, continued to grow. My attractions towards, girls and then women, if you want to call them women at 18 years old, just continued to grow. My gender confusion continued to grow. I just kept trying to push it down and push it down.
It sounds like you kind of like forgot to include that detail, and you're like, oh, but guys, I was still totally thinking that I was gay and transgender, guys, I totally didn't just make that detail up.
And so
make sure to donate money to my ministry. Make sure to donate your life savings for God.
Oh, I thought if I got married to a man, all of that would disappear, and that's.
I don't even think that like the quote unquote ex-gays think that. I don't think anyone thinks that. Is anyone actually stupid enough to think that? Okay.
What I wanted. I wanted all of that stuff to disappear. I didn't want to be same-sex attracted or gender confused.
So you were like always repressive. So nothing ever changed.
It's a burden. It was horrible. It made you feel so isolated and different.
And let me guess, your dysphoria didn't go away.
And alone. And
but if you join my ministry and donate money to me and give me money, then your dysphoria will go away.
I knew that, deep inside, the reason I was partying the way I was because of all that confusion. And
you mean dysphoria? It's called dysphoria, buddy.
So I thought that was my ticket out. And so
yes. Marriage. No, same-sex marriage, known for curing gender dysphoria and homosexuality, notoriously.
We got married, and everything was great for a millisecond.
Dude.
Because within weeks of getting married, he began to physically abuse me.
Listen, I don't want to victim blame. Like, obviously that's shitty, but like... Buddy, he was saying that armed robberies are no big deal. That's... Oh shit, did my shit lag? Listen, not to victim blame, okay? But like, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sorry. Like, what did you fucking expect, man? I'm sorry.
Waited until we got married for all of that to start. I was his now, and there was nothing I could do about it or get out of it. And so
you could get a divorce, but yeah.
Stayed in that marriage for 7 years because
that fucking sucks. Sorry to hear that.
I didn't think I would ever be able to escape. He scared.
Yeah, that does sound terrifying.
Me. There was he shared some things about his childhood and ways that he had hurt other people and hurt animals, and I thought
he sounds a lot like Firebat.
Oh my gosh, he's a serial killer.
You didn't get that from the armed robbery part that he said it was totally fine? Oh yeah, I did an armed robbery. It was no big deal. And you were like, oh, okay, that sounds normal. buddy. Buddy.
You know, and so I felt imprisoned for 7 years in that marriage and finally was able to get out of that marriage. And that's when I fully came out. When I moved very far away, I moved up to the Northeast. And that's when I fully came out and started identifying as gay, and we'll call it gender nonconformed.
Okay. Gender nonconforming, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. How did that go when you came out? You know, you grew up in a non-believing family. Were they okay with that? How did they respond? How did other people respond? You didn't really have the church rejection element that a lot of people I minister to because you weren't in church.
Yeah. So my brother, out of my family, my brother was the first one that I told. I was a flight attendant for a major airline.
Great. Is this an AI slop picture? I'm guessing it is. This looks AI slop. Like, I'm sorry. What are we doing?
Line out of, the tri-state area up in the New York area. Loved my job. Couldn't believe I got such an amazing job with a limited education that I had. And so
we can tell your education is very limited. Believe me, you don't have to clarify.
I was living with, she was part-time girlfriend, part-time roommate. It's so, depending on if we were getting along that week or not, whether we were girlfriends or roommates. And, we went through the same 6-week training class at.
Yeah, they couldn't find a real couple, so they just had ChatGPT make one up.
Flight attendant training. And so my brother came.
I think the host life is pretty basic in comparison. He has nothing to say. Well, I mean, to be fair, if you're doing an interview, like, you want to make it about the person you're interviewing. So I won't criticize him for that. But yeah.
To visit. And he's like.
Yeah, imagine wasting water for something you could find in Google Images for free.
He just saw it. He's like, hey, are you guys gay? And I kept saying, she's not. And he didn't quite get it. Are you guys gay? Because she wasn't. She was a backslidden Christian. And then, I kept saying, she's not. And then I'm like, listen to what I'm saying, Larry. And I'm like, she's not. He's like, oh, but you are. And I'm like, yeah. He's like,
wow, that guy sounds almost as retarded as her. Whoa.
Knew it. I knew you were always the brother that I always wanted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so.
I mean, so many different.
Dude, I guess low IQ runs in the family, it seems. It seems like they're all fucking retarded.
Layers they're just adding to the confusion and abusive marriage, and now a brother who wanted another brother. It's like all of those events just add more layers onto the deception and confusion.
Yep, that's why I think this is.
Dude, you just keep saying deception and confusion over and over again, like it's an argument.
It's the first podcast I've done where I've opened with John 8:32 and John 8:44. It was just very heavy on my heart to do that because it's real.
Wow, I'm
really
sure
a battle of truth and deception. It's a battle.
You mean heavy like your stomach, your body mass, your double chin?
Battle of the Father God.
The battle of the double chin.
God, who is the creator versus the father of all lies. And so, so then I told my parents and they were basically just like, okay, well, we wondered, my dad was just like, oh, just don't lose your smile. And my sister was just indifferent. She could have cared less, really.
Yeah, that's kind of like my family. They just kind of don't care. They're just like, okay, cool, man, do whatever you want. Just like, as long as you're living your best life and you're not hurting anyone, who cares? So they're actually very chill. They're very chill about it.
And so, they weren't really upset by it at all.
Sounds like your family's a lot cooler than you are.
Saw that I partied a lot and, weren't super thrilled about that.
Reasonable.
But when I went through a lot of different one night stands. But
they must have been really fucking drunk then. Jesus Christ.
And then a few, like a handful of different girlfriends. And it felt like when I came out, but before I came out, I felt invisible. I felt like nobody cared about me. Nobody saw me. People just wanted to.
Yeah, I wonder why that would be. It's almost like you're like attracted to women or something. Whoa.
Hurt me verbally, sexually, or physically. And when I came out, I instantly became in the spotlight. I became somebody that everybody wanted to hang out with.
That's not how coming out works. Nobody cared when I came out. It's just like, nor did they need to. It's like, yeah, it's like, cool. You know, like, yo, I get to do an epic live stream about it. That was it. No, like, what didn't matter. Who cares?
You know, going to all the gay clubs. Well, I'd go to the gay clubs, the guy gay clubs to dance and to get my drugs. And then we'd go to the lesbian clubs to shoot darts and pools and do shots all night long.
Yep, sounds fun.
And so in both of them, but particularly the lesbian clubs, I became very popular, and man, did that feel good.
I don't think you were popular. This is just like, this is how you know it's a made-up story. There's no way she was popular at the lesbian clubs. Or maybe she used to be attractive and just completely fell off and is like a nasty ogre now, but maybe she used to be pretty and just gave up. You know, she let herself go because she decided to not be herself, but...
It felt so good. It was a legitimate, I longed to be...
Yeah, straight people don't long to be with women.
Seen. I longed to be loved.
To belong somewhere.
Yep. And so it was a legitimate need and a legitimate longing that I met in illegitimate...
Yeah, why did you long for women and not men? Very interesting.
Ways. But I didn't...
It's almost like you're attracted to women or something.
Understand it was illegitimate. It just felt really good.
Why is it illegitimate again? Oh, you don't have an argument for it? Oh, because God said it's bad. Okay, how do you know your God is even real?
And so, you know, I just kind of went hog wild for a while. And then a few years later, I met a woman that she was a flight attendant for the same major airline. We met working a flight together, and pretty quickly, in all lesbian fashion, we became girlfriends that moved in with each other and started setting.
Yo, okay, all right, dude. You know, maybe this is a real story. Okay, they did the classical lesbian U-Haul moment. Okay, after 2 days. All right, I'm starting. You know what? Maybe this is a real story. Okay,
our life together. So
yeah, she was unironically a U-Haul lesbian. Let's fucking go, dude. She's like me for real, dude. She's literally me. That's gonna be me and my soon-to-be wife. Okay, trust.
So she moved from out west.
Femyoz mentioned,
and
yeah, actually, yeah, Doll of Envy mentioned as well.
We had an apartment together for a couple of years, and then we bought a home and fixed up our home and lived in this great neighborhood with this great house and this great job and this great relationship for a number of years, and everything was great until it wasn't.
Why wasn't it great anymore?
Because there's always going to come a time in everybody's life when there's something so big that you can't handle it in your own strength.
What did her like girl dick quadruple in size or something?
You can't handle it with your own knowledge. You can't push it away with drugs and alcohol. And for me, it was two very big things. One of them was being 9/11, and
9/11 made me stop being a lesbian, okay, guys? Guys, 9/11 made me not want to be gay for women anymore, okay? 9/11 made me straight, guys.
And so I was with Continental Airlines. We ended up merging with United.
Dude, you cannot make this shit up, dude.
I did after 9/11, so I will say I'm a United flight attendant, but our house that we had was, as a crow flies, about 17 miles from the Twin Towers, and both of us had that Tuesday morning off. I had off because it was just my day off, and Monday night I asked her to call in sick so she wouldn't fly the next day. On that Tuesday morning, her first flight was supposed to be the 8 a.m. from Newark to San Francisco, but
Right. Yo, thank you, Anna, for the $8.57, saying the uneven number on the goal was irritating me, Lamau. Hell yeah. Fair enough, but thank you. Understandable, honestly. So why shouldn't I be gay? Because God and 9/11. Bro, this is not a real fucking person, man. This is like, it's too good. This has to be satire, right? Like, this is a joke. If she's here to just shitpost, then I support her for that.
Asked her to call in sick Monday night because Thursday was my birthday, and she did, and she was not someone who called in sick. And so we were both home watching that transpire, and it was devastating for our whole country. And it was...
Guys, 9/11 is bad. 9/11 is bad, guys. Remember, 9/11 bad.
Especially devastating for people that lived here in the tri-state area of New York, New Jersey.
Dude, I was with my girlfriend and everything went great until 9/11. Wasn't 9/11 so bad, you guys? It was so sad. 9/11 bad.
Connecticut that worked.
Yo, she knew about 9/11 beforehand. Is Is she Israeli by any chance? Does she like to? Is she a good dancer? I'm curious now. I'm curious. What is her stance on Israel?
In the city, or had family that worked in the city, and it was incredibly difficult for people that worked for the airline, and horrendously difficult for flight attendants and pilots, because we were actually the very first victims of 9/11, because the flight attendants were murdered first, then the pilots were murdered.
Wow, yeah, make it about you. Make it about you.
And then everybody was murdered when those planes hit the buildings.
We were actually the first victims of 9/11, guys. Like, fucking shut up. Who cares?
Or the ground in Pennsylvania. And so that was very, very hard.
Like, it basically all happened at the same time, bitch. Like, shut the fuck up. You're acting like they're, like, you know, people that fly planes were uniquely victims in that. Like, buddy.
There was nothing I could do to drink the pain away. No drug I could do to take the pain away. I had to continue getting on flights and working flights, wondering if...
Guys, did you know that 9/11 is bad, guys? Yeah, guys, I think she might have done 9/11. Guys, she did 9/11.
My plane had a terrorist on it that day. So it...
yeah, conveniently asked her, do you have to take a day off? Very interesting.
It was very, very hard. And then just a few months after that, my only brother, Larry, called to tell me that he'd been diagnosed with lung cancer. And so there was nothing I could do about everything.
Dude, okay, 9/11 and my brother having lung cancer made me not want to be in a lesbian relationship anymore. What fucking bullshit mental gymnastics do we have to do to get to this fucking point? Jesus Christ.
Thing was out of control, out of my ability to fix, because I'd always tried to fix everything.
Oh no, they couldn't fix 9/11. That's so sad.
My own strength. And so I was starting to crumble. On the inside, had to be strong when I went to work.
You mean like the towers that collapsed and crumbled? I'm sorry.
Because I was in charge of those flights. You know, the flight attendants are in charge of the cabin, so to speak. And then I had to be tough when...
I'm sorry, I have to break up with you because of 9/11. Listen, babe, things aren't gonna work. The relationship is going perfectly, but then 9/11 happened. You did 9/11, babe. I told you not to fly airplanes into the Twin Towers.
And I was going to visit my brother because I didn't want him to see me crumbling inside.
Yeah, this became so fucking gemmy. I was ready to click off, but dude, this is so fucking good. This shit is so fucking funny.
But it was very, very difficult. And so one of the times I went to visit my brother, who'd already had one of his lungs removed. The cancer came back. It was in his bone.
Dude, one of the planes just hit the lungs. Sorry, I was gonna make a 9/11 joke, but I like worded it weird. I'm sorry.
In his brain, hair was falling out in clumps from the chemo and the cancer, probably.
One of the lungs has hit the towers.
And yet, this time I went to visit, and
it's not you. It's also not me. Okay, it's 9/11. Okay, it's 9/11.
Came inside and sat down. He had this.
Bro, I just can't imagine. Okay, your first relationship is some guy who just got out of prison, and you asked him what he was in prison for, and he was like, it was an armed robbery, but it's no big deal. And you're like, okay. And then you're in a marriage with him for 7 years. Then you break up with him because he beats the fuck out of you every day. Okay, thank God for that. Then you get into a U-Haul lesbian relationship. And it goes perfectly, but then 9/11 happens, so you have to break up. Yeah, all the lesbians were happy. Then 9/11 attacked, okay?
This smile, I don't even know how to describe it, but he just looked different. And he's like, I have something so exciting to tell you. And I'm like,
Aw.
Had this smile from the chemo and the cancer problem in his brain. Hair was falling out in clumps from the chemo and the cancer, probably. And yet this time I went to visit and I came inside and sat down. He had this smile.
Dude, he must be so happy to have cancer.
I don't even know how to describe it, but he just looked different. And he's like,
well, yeah, probably because of the chemotherapy. He's like bald now. Yeah, no shit, he's gonna look different.
Something so exciting to tell you. And I'm like, are you in remission? Larry, are you gonna live? And he's like, no, man, it has nothing to do with my cancer.
Oh, is this the part where you found God? I actually found God, and you should too. Okay, this is a fucking made up story. I'm sorry. Her husband was Bin Laden. Can't convince me otherwise. Anyways, I'll be off. I hope you enjoyed your stay.
Sir, it has to do with Jesus. And I'm like, what?
Dude, not fucking AI Jesus. Not AI Jesus. Patting the AI cancer patient on the back with his fucking 6 fingers. Yeah, dude, it's fucking AI Jesus, helping AI Joe Rogan recover from cancer. Dude, let's fucking go. Yo, W AI Jesus for saving AI Joe Rogan from cancer.
He's like, yeah, Bruce, the guy across the street has been bringing his Bible over.
Dude, not fucking AI Joe Rogan with the Bible. It says the Gospels. Okay, and then you've got Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Okay, none of the other ones though. Okay, it's the Gospels, not the Bible. The Gospels. But it's only got Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Okay, none of the other ones. Okay, only those 4. Only those 4 are in the Bible. Okay, not the rest of them. Not the rest of them. Bro, you cannot make this shit up. Yeah, water wasted for Jesus.
And we're reading these things called the Gospels, and they talk about
the Gospels.
Jesus.
Not the Gospel, but the Gospels, plural. Yeah, fucking 1 word per page.
And Patty, I believe.
He could have just bought a pocket New Testament. Yeah, maybe.
And man,
he would have benefited a lot more from a pocket pussy, but that's besides the point. Yeah, AI Jesus saving all the cyberpunks.
When I tell you he was lit up, like glowing, and I often say, and I know it wasn't from...
Dude, he was the happiest little cancer patient in the world.
The chemo. It was a new kind of glow. And so I was excited for him while at the same time concerned. Excited because I could tell that something happened to my brother. But I was also concerned because I was like, oh no, he's a Christian now. And is he going to be like those Christians that I see every single year at the New Jersey Pride Parade, at the New York City Pride Parade?
Yeah, is he going to be one of the insufferable ones? Yeah, good question. Yeah, you mean the ones that do nothing to convince us to not be gay because they're retarded and don't realize that it's not gonna work like that?
Holding up those signs that say, God hates fags and God made Adam and Eve.
Whoa, disavow.
Now Adam and Steve and homos will burn in hell. I thought, oh no, now I'm going to lose my brother too.
No, but he's going to like tell me that I'm going to hell for being gay, but parentheses nicely. He's not even going to call me slurs, guys, so he must be right. He's different because he didn't call me slurs.
Wow.
And so I took a minute before...
Dude, he didn't even call me the F slur.
I showed my concern to him, and then he said, hey, do you and your girlfriend believe in God?
Dude.
And I said, well, of course I do, because I believe...
Why?
Believed in reincarnation.
Okay, why do you believe in these things, though?
I believed in Mother Nature,
What is Mother Nature exactly? You believe in nature, therefore God is real, huh?
Earth. I believed I was God.
You believe in Earth?
I believed alien creatures were God.
What? That's not what those words mean.
I believed everything except the God of the Bible and the God of supposedly the God of those signs that I saw. So
you believed in Islam then? You believed in every religion except Christianity, huh? Huh?
Like, yeah, I believe in God. I believe, I've been reincarnated multiple times.
Based on what?
And, I was a man in all my lives before. This is...
Okay, what are any of your beliefs based on? I have no idea how someone adopts Christianity into adulthood. I guess if you're, like, emotionally stunted, you don't grow out of it. It's like believing in Santa Claus for the rest of your life, but socially acceptable.
My first go round in a female body. That's why I struggle with it. And so he went...
No, that's called gender dysphoria, which is a medical condition.
To Bruce and said, my sister and her girlfriend say they believe in God, but they're gay. Are they going to go to hell?
Dude, this is so fucking bad.
And I love what Bruce told my brother, or at least the way Larry explained.
So was she Buddhist or self-deifying? I don't fucking know. She didn't believe anything. It's literally just made up. It's a made up story to grift with. Y'all don't actually know how bad the lead poisoning is. My mom hates Trump, but she believes all the UFO conspiracy bullshit. She actually thought Trump was standing next to an alien in that video. Dude.
It to me. He said that Bruce said, if Patty and her girlfriend do believe in God, if it's the...
Yeah, clearly that this woman had lead pipes in the household growing up. Okay, there were lead pipes in that household. Okay, we already know.
The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, God the Father, God the Son, Jesus Christ, and God the Holy Spirit, if they believe Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, if they've repented, believed, and received...
Dude, we're just saying propaganda. It's like... It feels like it's written like a Darman video. Why is it written like a Darman video, unironically? Am I fucking crazy for that take, or does it feel like it was written like a Darman video, but Christian, instead of anti-bullying? That's what it feels like.
That free gift of Jesus, then they have the Holy Spirit dwelling inside of them, and the Holy Spirit will actually...
Listen, I'm gonna be real. Darman videos have had better, more convincing scripts than this shit.
Tell them that the way they're living is outside of God's will for them, outside of his creative order.
Damn, that's like a whole lot of saying nothing.
And they will lay down that relationship and they'll start walking with the Lord. So it has to do with whether they believe in Jesus or not really their homosexuality. However, if they don't believe in Jesus as their Lord and Savior, they're not going to go to the same heaven that you and I are going to, but it really doesn't have to do with their homosexuality. It has to do with the fact that they don't believe in Jesus as their Lord.
Oh, so you have to believe the right thing or else you suffer infinitely. Yeah, that's totally not manipulative as fuck.
Savior.
Wait, how much you want to bet that she unironically fell for Pascal's wager as like an argument? How much you want to bet that she was stupid enough to actually buy that shit?
And I'd never heard that before. Like this was brand spanking new to me. So
really, it was brand spanking, because I've heard of it before. They're terrible arguments.
So when he told me that, or stories,
it's like, okay, great. So like, what's your evidence that Jesus is God, and that not only he existed, but like he is the Son of God himself? Oh, it's in the Bible. Okay, how do you know the Bible's a reliable source? Because God said it. Oh, where did he say it? Oh, in the Bible. Okay, well, that's an entirely circular argument, so that means nothing.
Similar to that, it's been 24 years. I
see, that wouldn't work if I weren't told about hell at 5 years old.
I was just like, I just pondered that in my heart. And then within a few months...
So many people fall for the wager. Yes, and everyone that falls for that shit as an adult is fucking retarded. I'm sorry. Anyone that falls for that shit is a fucking idiot. Okay? You cannot convince me otherwise.
Probably just a couple months of him sharing that with me.
Yeah. Gays go to heaven light, but true Christians go to awesome heaven. Yeah, it does sound like that. That is how it's being said. Yeah.
As I was holding my brother's hand in the hospital, he passed away and I watched him take his last breath.
Rip bozo.
So in an instant, I knew that he had gone to be with this Jesus.
How did you know that? Is there evidence of this, or is this something you like presuppose?
Gone to this heaven that he was talking about all the time.
How do you know? You're just saying that you know it's true because you know it's true. You have no reason to believe any of this shit. It's all a bunch of bullshit.
And that if I were to die in that moment, I would not. And so I was devastated.
Dude. Bro, how easily brainwashed are you?
By his death. I was devastated still by 9/11, and I was...
Dude, 9/11 and my brother dying made me not gay anymore, guys. Okay, I stopped being gay ever since 9/11 and my brother died. 9/11 made me straight. Let's go. Woo!
Devastated by...
9/11 was actually a sign by God, guys?
The fact that if I were to die, that I didn't know what was going to happen. And so...
None of us do, bitch. Like, none of us know. Nobody knows. That's the best part. You still don't know. You think you do, but you don't. Because you have no reason to believe anything. You have no idea what happens when you die. It could be nothingness. Your consciousness could still persist. You have no idea. Isn't that so awesome? I know, yeah. I know for you that's scary, but for me, someone who's actually thought about it, it's actually not that bad.
So
yes.
I'm pondering all of this in my heart. It was so heavy to carry, and my friends saw the heaviness, and my girlfriend saw the heaviness, and they're just trying to...
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like there's something wrong with you if the idea of nothingness after death is scarier to you than the idea of reincarnation. Reincarnation is fucking horrifying. Because then it's like you don't get to choose whether or not you live or die. It's like, that is horrifying. There's no way out. That's the most terrifying.
Cheer me on, because that's really all you can do is cheer somebody on when you don't pray for them. And I had this one question that just was on repeat.
Dude, I'd like to imagine that like when she's cheering her dying brother on, okay, he's just like laying there as like a dead body. Okay, she's just like in a cheerleader outfit being like, woo, woo, you got this, you could beat the cancer, woo. It's just like nobody but like her and like her brother's dead body being like, woo, you can beat the cancer, you can do it.
And replay in my mind. And
reincarnation is an interesting topic, though, if you keep your memory. Yeah, but you don't. You obviously wouldn't. You need to be repeating the same mistakes over and over again, which is also terrifying. I don't want to do that. What a waste of time.
My heart going over and over and over. And I wanted to talk to my girlfriend about it because she was my best friend. She was the person I trusted most in my life. It was the only relationship that I was in that I actually had never been hurt in. And yeah,
it's almost like you're a lesbian.
I knew if I talked to her about this question that it could confuse her. It could make her think that I didn't want to be with her anymore, which the question really didn't have anything to do with that. And so I just kept pondering it and kept quiet in my heart until one morning. God is so good.
Wow, God is so good, guys. All right, he made it so that 9/11 and my brother dying made me realize that gay sex is bad. Dude.
I woke up, I rolled over, and I looked at her, and I just said, babe, do you ever think the way we're living is wrong?
If I were her, I'd be like, no. Why would it be wrong?
And her eyes got huge.
Wow.
And so I thought, oh my gosh, now I'm going to lose her too. I can't take any more loss. Why did I say that?
Oh, let me guess. She was also secretly on her Christian journey and didn't say anything. I was thinking the same thing. I felt so guilty about this relationship. But now we can both find Jesus and be best friends and never have gay sex again and be with the man as God intended. That's what's going to happen.
Out loud. And within seconds, she looks me straight in the eye and said, I can't believe you just asked me that. I was literally just getting ready to ask you the same thing.
Dude, I was joking. I was joking. I didn't think it was actually well, to be fair, I did think it was going to be that bad. But why was I unironically spot on? Why was I fucking spot on? Why did I know that the Grifter was going to be like, oh yeah, and she also found Jesus, and we lived happily ever after?
Now that is God in the Holy Spirit. I absolutely 100% believe he put it on our hearts at the same time. The same.
No, that's called bad writing. That's called you being bad at writing.
In question at the same time, and that he knew we would have.
Bro, it sounds like it's straight out of, like it's written like a Darman video. It's written like a Darman video.
Have a conversation about it. And so we were both shocked, not a typical morning conversation. So I just,
we were both shocked. Wow. It's almost like it never happened. But God, and guys, it's based on a true story.
Because I asked her years later, how did it play out after that? And she said that I said that we should get on our knees and pray. And so right there in our bedroom, we just,
dude, what are we fucking doing?
Got on our knees and said, God, if you're real, will you show us? And
yeah, I've done that. And he didn't show himself. I'm sorry. I'm like, yo, if you're real, show me. God, if you're real, show me. Yeah, I don't see anything, man. I'm gonna be real. I don't think he's there.
If the way we're living is wrong, show us. And my brother, before he died, always, after he got saved, always had a Bible with him. He had an oxygen tank and a Bible with him everywhere he went, which wasn't in too many places, but from chair to chair or from the hospital or wherever it might be. And so I'm like, I think we need to find a Bible.
And then they got $10 million and their bully was jealous and regretted snarking them for believing in Jesus or whatever.
And she said, when I moved out here, I got a Bible when I was confirmed in catechism. It's probably in a box upstairs in the attic. Let's go look for it. And so we're up in the...
Dear. Oh, and there's conveniently a Bible. It's almost like it's a convenient plot device. Who would have guessed that the Bible is conveniently there for the plot? It's almost like it's a made up story.
Attic, fishing through boxes, and we found her Bible. Dude. And we brought it downstairs and we had no idea what to do with it. So we're just holding it in our hands and flipping through the pages. And finally, I'm like, this is crazy.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my God, it's crazy, guys. It's crazy.
Just find some place and read. So we did the finger point. We landed.
I don't think she believes anything she's saying. I think she's full of shit.
On a page, pointed our finger and said, okay, let's read here. And that happened to be Leviticus 18:22.
Oh, wow. What a wacky coincidence. It's almost like it's a fucking made up story. Wow, perfect. It's perfect how it fits our made up narrative. It's almost like you made up this story. Whoa.
Perfect.
Which says,
only the Holy Spirit can do that.
Yeah,
only the Holy Spirit, not a grifter making it up. That would never happen.
And 18:22 says, and you shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination.
Wow. Right. Yeah, but we're meant to believe this is a real story.
And so I want to pause in my story for a second and just let everyone listening know that it says it is an abomination, not they are an abomination.
No. You are an abomination because you're horrifically bad at grifting. You suck at this. You couldn't even make a convincing story. Your story is less convincing than the average Darman video. Yeah, what a coincidence. You just happened to land on the exact verse that justifies your shitty story. Who would have guessed? Very interesting.
Because it's talking about the behavior, not a personal identity, because the Bible doesn't talk about homosexuality as an identity.
Right. That's wow, so convenient. It's almost like it's a made up story. Very interesting. Very interesting.
It talks about it as a behavior, a sexual behavior, and a sinful sexual behavior at that. And so we saw that what it said.
Let's be so for real. It was only referring to men because men back then didn't give a shit about two women in their bed. Literally.
And it's like, we just knew in our heart.
Yeah, ChatGPT, make me a fake ass gay story.
It's like, do you believe what you just read? Yeah. Do you believe it's, yeah, I believe.
Wow, crazy how they're both in agreement. Whoa.
Okay, this is like, do you think God is real? Yeah. Who is he?
Dude, this is so fucking made up. It's just a way of getting all the talking points. This is so fucking bad.
I have no clue. And so then after, I don't know, maybe a few days, a week tops, we were like, okay, well, that's talking about men, but does the Bible talk about women being together? And it's wrong. Like, we really wanted to know. And so she goes to work and comes home and said, I flew with Jody today, and Jody's a Christian. And so I asked her if the Bible says anything about women being together. And I love how Jody responded to this.
Oh, wow. I'm sure it's going to be a great response.
Instead of Jody giving a big long sermon and saying, Jody just gave her the address. She said, yes, you need to go home and you and Patty need to read Romans chapter 1. Read all of it.
Wow. What a convenient plot device. So God made them find the exact verse that these grifters would want them to read. And then Jody also just so happened to know exactly what verse the grifters would be in favor of to justify their shitty Christian conservative worldview. Wow, what a crazy coincidence that is. God works in mysterious ways.
So we did. And then when we got to verse 26 and 27, we read what is unfortunate that the gay community calls it clobber verses. Well, the whole Bible clobbers us because we're sinners. We need
sounds abusive.
to be clobbered.
It should, yes, absolutely.
And
No, I think you need to be clobbered, not me, not other people. You.
so when we got to verse 26 and 27 of Romans 1, this is what we read. For this reason, God gave them up to vile passions.
But, like, why? Why would God? So if God doesn't want me to have gay sex, why would he give me the desire to? That doesn't make any sense.
Passions. For even their women exchanged the natural use for what is against nature. And then
But if it's against nature, then how does that make any sense? It's literally natural. It occurs in nature, though. It happens naturally. How it's not man-made. Lesbians aren't fucking man-made, you retard. What do you fucking mean?
27, continuing this thought, says, likewise, also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust for one another, men with men, committing what is shameful, and receiving in themselves the penalty of their error, which was due.
Then why would God? Again, this is another example of a Bible verse that just makes no fucking sense. Why would God make women attracted to women if he didn't want them to have gay sex? He could just make them differently if he doesn't want that to be an issue.
And so at that point, we knew what we were doing was wrong, and we didn't know what to do with it, but we knew it was wrong. And so...
Okay, well, I have gay sex, and I don't think it's wrong. So
we said we needed to find a church, and we didn't really know how to do that.
Like, I don't seem to get that sense of wrongness. So it's like, it's almost like it's a made up story.
So we found one in the town that we were in, but it was a Polish Catholic church, and the whole sermon was done in Polish. And so we were like, well, that's not going to work. And then we went to another church, and they were...
Dude, what are we fucking saying? We're just yapping.
Talking about, the whole sermon was about you must give. And who knows, maybe they talk about that once every 10 years, but we happened to go in on the day they were talking about that. But for us, it was, it touched that.
Wow. So many epic coincidences.
That lie in our heart that, people go to church, pastors are all just trying to get your money, and, they're lying.
Yeah, they kind of do. Yeah, in fucking Polish. What fucking church were they going to where they were all speaking Polish?
Yeah, and the Bible's written by men, and all the lies we believed before the Lord. And so then again, she goes to work.
God allows for free will and doesn't specifically make anyone feel anything. Okay, where do feelings come from then? Chemical reactions that occur within the brain. Who created those chemical reactions?
And comes back
There's
and
your
says,
answer.
I flew with another Christian, a different woman, that said, she goes to church, and here's the website. Go on the website, see if we're interested. And if we want to go to church, just show up on Sunday. And so we did that. That next Sunday, Saturday night, we're like, we went on the website and we looked at it, and it's like, you want to go? And it's like, let's do it. So the next morning we woke up and tried to get, quote unquote church ready, which was brand new. Like, I couldn't go to my church clothes part of the closet. I only had men's clothing. I hadn't been in a woman's department for myself in years. And so, I put on my nicest, button up men's shirt and my Dracar cologne. So men's cologne, so I could smell good. And then we went to church, and it was, went in, and
I mean, we already know that this person's like a grifter, but like, let's skip through the timestamps, because why not? Okay, searching for God. Patty gives her life to Jesus. It's like, and we're meant to believe this isn't a fucking cult. We're meant to believe it's not a cult.
Didn't either God put a shield around us, or it really was that people didn't give us the side eye look, or didn't look concerned because this obvious, lesbian or gay couple was walking in. And then the worship music started, and I had never heard worship music before. I heard Christmas.
Yeah, I have. It's really not that good, man.
Music and Easter music. I knew how great thou art, and I knew Jesus loves me, but that's about it. And so,
yeah, I've heard worship music. I heard it all growing up. It's really not that spectacular.
So it was, what I guess we would call contemporary Christian music. I think the songs then were "Here I Am to Worship," and songs like that. And so these songs were talking about who God was, and it was the first time I'd really heard through music the attributes of God, the character.
I don't know. He sounds like a wrathful piece of shit based on what the Bible says.
Character of God, the holiness of God, the righteousness of God. And I'm like,
yeah, I'm going to be real. You're in a cult, buddy.
Wait, that's who he is? And then when the songs would talk also about how much he loved me, that ripped my heart wide open.
Yeah, because no one loves you. We know.
I'd never really heard that God loved me before.
Or that anyone loves you for that matter.
And I only thought he hated me. And so,
yeah, because the world hates you.
Now in my heart, I'm in these worship songs trying to sing them, but I didn't really know them. So I'm trying as best as I can to sing them. But I think I was more just looking at the words. And I'm trying to tell God that all the reasons why he shouldn't love me. I'm this and this and this. And then these things, these 5 things have happened to me. And
oh, great. And then you fell down the pipeline. All right, the rest of this seems boring. And then they leave the relationship for Jesus. Whoa. So
yeah,
awesome.
I've done this, and I hurt this person and leave because I prayed that, allowed myself to believe in my heart that he really could love me. I started to.
Yeah, but like, what's the evidence that he's even real, dude?
Never cried, because that to me showed weakness. So I'm like in puddles of tears. My whole body is moving from crying.
Yeah, women always crying, am I right?
And we'll go to this church, a church that teaches verse by verse through the Bible. And so the pastor was teaching through God's word. And so it was the first time I really heard truth being taught. And I was
just how do you know it's the truth though?
Drawn in by it.
It's all presuppositional at its core.
I can't remember. I couldn't tell you what the message was, but in that.
Yeah, I went to a Protestant slop service with a rock band, and I broke up with my girlfriend and became a Christian. It's like, dude, you can't make this shit up. Worship music is trash. Some of the worst stuff I was ever forced to listen to.
Moment, I'm like, more. The 45 minutes or whatever the sermon was felt like 45 seconds.
Bro, that shit feels like 45 hours in what world?
And so at the end, the pastor gave an invitation.
Yeah, it's all true. It's the truth because all of it's written in the Bible. Okay, well, how do you know the Bible's true? Because it's the truth and God said it's true. Well, how do you know that the God is the one saying it? Oh, because the Bible says it. It's all circular. It's just a big old circle.
That said, if there's anyone that doesn't know Jesus or doesn't know the Lord that wants to lay down their life and receive that salvation through Jesus, come forward and I'll pray with you so you can have that. And I had no idea what he was talking about, but my heart was beating through my chest. And so I left, came back the next week, the same thing with the...
Your heart is always beating through your chest, by the way. That's how hearts work. If it's not, then like that is a failure of the organ to do what it's intended for.
Music, the crying, the word of God. And then I understood when that invitation to have...
Our church believed drums were of the devil, only hymns. Jesus Christ.
Someone like a pastor or in authority walk alongside me to...
This could be a ChatGPT fake story. Maybe.
Help me pray.
I know it's fake. I don't know how much of it is AI. It might be AI assisted. I don't fucking know, dude.
And to cry out to the Lord, I knew what he meant. And so I knew what it meant. It meant no more of this woman that I loved that was sitting next to me. And so I left. But then the third week, we both came back again.
Wow. So you left them for Protestant slop music. Wow. I'm sure that was the best decision of your life.
And as the pastor was saying, if there's anyone that wants to pray, I just looked over at my girlfriend and I said,
this is 100% a fake story. Yeah.
I'm going up.
I'm sorry, dude. If envy leaves me for Jesus, I'm fucking killing myself. I'm just gonna feel like, fuck this. This was never meant to. I was not meant for this world if that shit fucking happens.
And I got up out of my seat and I went forward in a church that sat probably 1,000 people, maybe 1,000 seats. And yet it felt just like me and God and a voice, which was the pastor, leading me in a prayer that I wouldn't have really known how to pray on my own. And it simply was, Father, forgive me for my sins. Jesus, be my Lord and my Savior.
Dude, does anyone unironically buy this shit? Hold on, let's read the comments. Do people actually fall for this shit? Surely no one's stupid and yeah. So like, okay, there's one person that like left a decent comment. Unless a person is bisexual, a person cannot change their sexual orientation. There is no evidence of even one case. Otherwise, the National Institute of Health and the American Medical Association could point to an individual that changed their orientation. Believing in Christianity and Jesus Christ is a choice that people make. Good point. Where does this term sexual orientation come from? Sexual orientation, despite the word sexual in it, is an attraction to another person based upon their gender. You can be physically attracted to the people of both genders and still identify as a gay person. Being gay means you're sexual. Well, now we're confusing romantic orientation with sexual orientation, I believe. But not the best argument. Dude, apparently John Money invented the terms sexual orientation and gender role. Therefore, those things aren't real or something. Okay, that's the counter argument. Anyways, let's continue.
Fill me with your Holy Spirit and make me yours. And in an instant, just like...
Also, no, she wasn't raised Christian in this made-up story.
You know, I can't remember if it's 1st or 2nd Corinthians, but it says the veil is lifted in Christ. And so instantly, it's like a veil was lifted.
What, the veil of your double chins? No, that's still there, bro.
Lifted from my very dim eyes. The weight of
your eyes are still dim.
The world was off my shoulder. I think I took a first real deep breath for the first time in years. And I instantly...
Wow, I found Jesus and learned how to deep breathe. Whoa, dude. Jesus taught me deep breathing exercises.
We went from that deception to truth.
Yeah, what the fuck else is he going to teach you?
Truth, and from darkness to light. And the truth was that I was a sinner and I needed to repent. And the truth was Jesus was
like, why is Jesus against people being gay again? I'm confused. You never answered that either.
Was my Lord and Savior.
Oh, but it says it in the Bible. Yeah, why though? Why would he be against it? It's bad because he says so? Okay, well, how do you even know that he's correct? Because he's all good. How do you know? Because this is in the Bible. How do you know the Bible's correct? Just trust me, bro. It's true. It's true. It's the word of God. God is good no matter what.
Okay. And everything changed in an instant. And then
wow, I'm sure you're so happy now.
Invited again. I felt like I was by myself. I didn't even realize there was other people around me that had done the same thing.
Yeah, she was into reincarnation, but not deep breathing. She found out about reincarnation before she found out about deep breathing.
And then after that, they invited us, over to the side, kind of like.
I would feel betrayed if my partner ever left me for Jesus. Yes, same. Like, I would actually be fucking devastated.
In a little room area to get a Bible and to see if any of us needed more prayer. And so when I went over there, I looked to my side and I saw that my girlfriend had gotten up and done the same thing. So that day, it was January 19th, 2003. We walked in as...
Wow, still before I was born. Fucking old fart.
Lovers. We walked in as girlfriends and we...
I thought all these Christians were supposed to be raptured up by now. Yeah, true.
Left as sisters in Christ, never to be with each other intimately or
You never were, because it's a made-up story.
Relationally that way again. And so we owned a home together. And so we went home that day and it wasn't like, oh, I'm so sad we're not girlfriends anymore. It was...
again, that's how another sign that this is a made-up story. Yeah, I actually felt nothing after my amazing relationship ended. Out of nowhere.
God is real. We're his. Life is amazing. Now,
does anyone actually think that this is how this works? Because this is like the most like blatant propaganda. Like, it's just the most obvious propaganda.
Now, when I tell you it was a 180 turn for both of us, and that's not...
Again, none of this doesn't happen.
Common. It's usually one will be more excited. Maybe both will do it, but one's a little more excited.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's a very... But, right, yeah, of course.
Both of us were excited.
And I think that's a unique thing about your story, because many times when people...
No, what's unique is... Well, it's actually not unique that it's made up. People make shit up all the time, but...
People have asked me for advice on reaching out to a couple or investing in a couple. One of the things I say a lot is that in my experience, most of the time, God seems to be drawing one of them into him and not maybe the other one. And so it becomes very, very difficult, because the one is feeling some conviction and spiritual curiosity and wants to take some steps towards the gospel.
It was a complete and total instantaneous conversion from big gay to small straight. Yo, true.
And the other one sees that as a threat, because they know that the relationship would be ending. And so they're doing everything they can to try to sabotage their partner's, newfound faith or whatever's going on there. And there's many times a lot of emotional dependency going on.
100%.
And just so unhealthy. And so your story is such a great reminder that no two situations are ever the same.
Yo, Loker genuinely chat. Do you think I'd be able to get on there and on this guy's show and be like, yo, so I used to be gay and transgender. I was female to male, but then I realized I will never be a man. And like make up a bunch of bullshit. Do you think I'd be able to do it? Do you think I'd be able to do that?
Same, and God can do what he wants to do, and how remarkable that he drew you both in at the same time. And so you walk into church that day.
You'll hear deconstructed ex-pastors say that stories like these are made up much of the time. Yeah. Well, the thing is like, I think that like it has to be like pre-approved. Like, I think that like I don't think that like this guy is unaware that it's a made up story. I think that they're both aware, right? You could probably do it if you changed your persona. Oh yeah, for sure. I would be wearing like I have like a dress that looks like something like a straight cis woman would wear. I would do my hair differently. I'd obviously do my makeup differently.
As girlfriends and as lovers, and you left as sisters in Christ, and it wasn't this, oh no, I have to give this up. It's like, we have everything we need in Jesus. And like, what a remarkable transformation for both of you.
I met love for the first time. I loved her as best as I could in a fallen world, in an unnatural, unhealthy relationship.
But how is it unhealthy though? What about the relationship was unhealthy?
her as best as I could, right? But it's nothing.
What about the relationship was unhealthy? You haven't established this. You said the relationship was great and there was nothing wrong with it. How is that an unhealthy relationship? You fucking told on yourself, dumbass.
Being compared. I know now that the love I had for her was a very selfish love. You know,
it's how is that selfish love? Huh?
It's very earthly, very sensual love. But that's
dude, this is so fucking stupid.
All I knew. And that God would save us at the same time. And
wow, such a crazy coincidence.
So I would say we're saved 23, or I'm saved because there's no we anymore, but I'm saved 23 years now. She's saved 23 years now.
Dude, saved from what exactly? Oh no, not the gay sex. Not the gay sex. No.
Still walking with the Lord. I have the ministry that I have, but I will say.
Yeah, of course you have a ministry. You're a fucking liar is what you are.
The ministry that she has, to me, feels
anyone that has a ministry is a fucking liar when they talk about stories like these.
1,000 times more important than the ministry I have. And I can't say much about it because it could land her in jail, but we'll just say.
What? Huh? Wait, what? Wait, that's a crazy lore drop. Yo, these people are committing fraud.
Say much about it because it's more important. The ministry that she has, to me, feels 1,000 times more important than the ministry I have. And I can't say much about it because it could land her in jail, but we'll just say the word of God is so important.
Wait, this has to be satire, right? This has to be satire. This has to be satire. No, wait, this woman is a genius. Wait. Okay, wait. Okay, does it have a link? Okay, wait, here's their channel. Here, let's go to their YouTube channel. Let's see, what have they done videos about? Okay, we need to see. Out of Egypt Ministries, dude. Oh no, wait, is this real? Oh no, they're like making a bunch of. Oh no. Oh no, wait, no, it is real. No, they're just a grifter. It's not satire, it's not meant to be funny. We're not supposed to laugh at this, okay? This is supposed to be very serious. Maybe her GF is in Egypt.
There's people in places where the word of God is illegal that need that word, and there's...
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that's the reason. I'm sure that's the reason. It definitely has nothing to do with committing fraud. Yeah, it's the God part that's illegal, not the fraud part. Not the part where you commit fraud.
People, wink, wink, that will bring that word to them and cross the borders to do that. And
wait, that's illegal. That's crossing the borders. That's illegal immigration. I thought, dude, you're in favor of open borders. Oh my God, guys, Patty over here has gone woke. She loves open borders, guys. Oh my God, that's crazy.
I'll just leave it at that. And so, she very much is still.
Dude, she better get deported, okay? She's not there legally, and that's the worst crime ever.
Walking with the Lord. And so our home, like one of the books they gave us a Bible that day, January 19th of 2003. And
she just wants cheap labor. Yo, true. Yeah, oh my God. I can only imagine the fucking human rights violations they commit regularly. Her ex is a secret undercover North Korean missionary.
A book they gave us is called My Heart, Christ's Home. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I
little
have not.
tiny pamphlet. It's a great little book for someone that just got saved. And so we're reading through it, and it's just like, oh wait, there's, it talks about, okay, your heart is God's home now, but are there any, places in the heart that you still need to open up to God? And so each day it's like, oh wait, the Lord wants all my music, I want to give.
You're not allowed to listen to music.
The Lord, this headbanger, cursing language, rage baiting.
Rage baiting?
Music that I listen to.
Dude, music is when rage bait. They listen to rage bait music? Huh? I don't think that's a thing. Music made to rage bait? Do you get angry at it?
Okay, the Lord wants that.
Do you use it to rage bait people? What do you mean rage bait music?
I loved Salvador Dali as an artist, and so I had a lot of his artwork through my home, which was very sensual and sexual and just...
No, not sexual art. No.
No, just I would never have, but I would look at it.
I would never have that in my household no more. Has this woman listened to music in the last 40 years? No, obviously not.
And I'd be like, wait, Lord, that? Do you want that? And it's just like, you know, I felt that pull in my heart, like that. It's okay to get rid of that stuff. We both had rings. Marriage wasn't legal. Gay marriage wasn't legal back then, but we
get it. You're
exchanged rings with each other. And so quite quickly, it's like, you know, let's move the ring to the other hand because we're safe for 2 seconds, right? We were just taking step by step. Instantly, I moved into the spare bedroom. I think like maybe after a night or two, it was...
dude, they had to sleep on the couch. Oh, no.
So awkward to be in the same bedroom. It's like, whoa, we can't do this. So
we can't do that. God says no to gay sex. He's watching us every time we have sex.
Excitingly, I moved into the spare bedroom. And then shortly...
Yeah, I was so excited to move into the spare bedroom. Dude, it's just like, bro, nobody's excited about moving into the fucking spare bedroom after a breakup. Oh, I can't wait to move into the spare bedroom. My favorite place to be.
She's like, I have a
lesbian Christian breakup roleplay.
Gift for you. And I'm like, what? She's like, I bought you a TV for your room, which sounded so weird, right? Your room, because I don't want you coming in here and watching TV with me. You can't come into
It's so passive aggressive.
This bed anymore. I mean, it was mind blowing what the Lord was doing.
The Lord made my stupid bitch ex-wife buy me a TV so that we could sleep in the separate room.
Absolutely.
And then I can't remember the timing, but after moving the rings to the other fingers, you know, I was reading the word. I would get up in the morning and read on the front porch, and she'd go read the Bible on the back porch. And both of us were devouring the word of God.
You also devour a lot of food considering the state of your body and how you have a double chin and whatnot. But that's besides the point. As an author, her story sounds made up. Yeah, because it is. It's very obvious. It sounds like it was written by the Darman Studios, okay? All right, whoever Darman is hiring for his scripts, all right, these people are hiring the same fucking people.
Jeremiah 15:16 says, for your words were found and...
Yeah, took the rings off the fisting hat.
And I ate them. And your word was to me the joy and rejoicing of my heart, for I'm called by your name, O Lord God of hosts. And
well, I'm going to be real. The Bible is not a very joyful thing.
I couldn't get enough of the word of God. I read...
There's very little nuance here. That's a big tell. Yeah, that as well.
Through the whole Bible by, I think, September, and then read through the New Testament again by the end of the year. And she you know, was reading like that as well. And so God was putting it on both our hearts again at the same time to fully get rid of our rings. And so,
oh, wow. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right.
So as he was speaking that to my heart, I went to her and I'm like, you know,
guys, we got to get rid of our lesbian rings. No, that's illegal.
Been talking to me about these rings. And she's like, oh yeah, me too. I'm like, I think we should sell them, and because they were expensive rings, and give the money to our church to give to missions.
What a horrible use of money. You could feed homeless people, but nah, bruh. Nah, we're gonna waste it on church so that they can proselytize and annoy people with it. Great.
And she's like, no. And I'm like, oh, but I think we're supposed to get rid of the rings. And she's like, we are, but we need to throw them in the trash. I was like, oh.
What? Why? Why would you do that? What a fucking waste. You're retarded. Why not sell them and then donate the money to charity, you fucking idiot?
Oh, even better. And so,
no, that's not better. You could feed homeless people. Dude, fuck those retarded homeless people. Why don't they just buy houses, okay? We don't need that money. They don't need that money. Who fucking cares, okay? We're gonna throw them away and be wasteful. Yeah, boomers don't waste money challenge, impossible. Like, yeah, we get it. You know, back in your day, you could just waste money like that.
So I can so perfectly, I know exactly the layout of the kitchen and right where the trash was sitting and the sound of those.
I would certainly hope you would know where the trash is in your own fucking house, retard. Jesus fucking Christ.
Rings plopping into that trash. And
yeah, it must be fucking loaded if you could just throw rings like that away.
It wasn't like,
Wow.
aw, it was like, yay, another step of freedom. You know, so
freedom is when you waste money. I'm sure it must be nice to be able to do that. To be like rich enough to do that. But for the rest of society, we can't just do that.
These were the kinds of things.
You're willfully and joyfully repenting
Yeah, boomers never learned the value of the dollar, and it shows.
of your sin. You're not being drugged by God half-heartedly to do it, but you're...
Yeah, they grew up in the era where you could just buy a house for, $6. It's like, oh, yeah, I'll buy the house. All right, that'll be $6. No problem.
You're willfully and joyfully, celebrating
freedom, more like bondage, no, literally, and the bad kind specifically, not the kinky kind. That's actually fun.
Every step, I think that is such a testimony of God's work in your life.
Remember when Milo Yiannopoulos pretended to throw his 150K wedding ring into the sea? Oh yeah, that sounds like something he would do, but I was not there for that. But yeah, I would not be surprised.
You know why? Because he's real. And
you haven't demonstrated this.
He's God and he's holy.
You haven't demonstrated any of these claims.
And he loved me.
You definitely haven't demonstrated that.
How could I not give to him the little that I can offer him after he gave me life and then
gave you life? But what if your life sucks? He gave you a shitty life based on what you described. He gave you a life that sucks. You're supposed to be thankful for that? Huh?
A new life in Christ Jesus. If
a life that sucks even more? Great.
God said, give, I said, what? And if he said, receive, I said, how? I mean, I was the epitome of disobedience before I got saved. But now.
Yeah, it's always like this sub-dom dynamic where God is the daddy dom and everyone else is that they're his subby little bitch.
I long to be obedient, and not because he was forcing me, but
because you're a sub. We get it.
Because he was God, he was real, he was
you don't know any of these
holy,
things.
And he loved me.
Your evidence being what now?
And so anything he said. It says in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 1 and 2, says, now if you diligently obey the voice of the Lord your God and observe carefully all his commandments, I will set you high above these nations, and all these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you because you obey the voice of the Lord your God.
Now, well, that's crazy. Speaking of Deuteronomy, did you know that Deuteronomy 22, 28, 29 says that rape victims have to marry their rapists as a punishment, a quote unquote punishment to the rapist? According to your story, you know that like your story includes you getting raped as a kid, right? So that means that you have to marry your rapist now, if you're gonna be a Bible literalist and be anti-gay. Oh, you're gonna ignore that verse? You're never gonna talk about that? Why is that? Why aren't you gonna talk about that? It's almost like it's inconvenient for you. It's not part of your grift, and it's not useful, is it? Interesting. Sorry, just gotta reapply that. Where were we? Right. Back to the video.
Now we know he was specifically speaking to Israel, but we can be...
Yeah, oh, great. I wonder what her stance is on Israel. I'm sure it's really good.
Given these promises and God's word as well. And when I tell you I was being over...
Yeah, true. Israel... Dude. Okay, listen, okay? Do you want to know what was promised to us 3,000 years ago?
Taken in blessings by...
Is that the route we're going to go?
Simply being obedient.
This land was promised to us 3,000 years ago.
To a God who has his best in mind for me. And
clearly not.
So I stayed...
Yeah, we are Israel Kirk.
In that home until he said it was time to move out, which was just about a year.
Really?
But by that time, I'd already done missions.
I'm sure that God loves AI slop as well. Oh wait, is this
trips
real?
And
I'm guessing this is some fucking AI slop as well. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. It looks more real than the other images. Well, you could have just had, but it looks very generic, so I'm skeptical. But then again, I could see them being generic. I can't tell with this. This could be real. Their other photos looked fake as fuck, so I'm guessing this one is real, I think.
You know, was at the church for every Bible study. Anytime the church was open for anything, I was there. And so I started to know his voice better because I was always in the Word, always praying, always in fellowship. And when he said it was time to move out, I did.
Yeah, I don't believe any of this. This is just a fucking... All right, I'm getting bored. I'm getting bored. Did they say anything else funny?
You know, I mean, it was a little...
It's 100% AI? I can't tell, man.
I asked...
Well, I don't know. It looks more convincing than the other things that they have shown. So that's why I'm thinking maybe it's real.
Him, house and the mortgage, and we're taking possible... Miraculously got me into an apartment that I could afford and, you know, made it so that she could afford the home on her own.
God makes it so people can afford stuff. So then that it would imply the reverse then, right? So like homeless people existing is the fault of God then, right? Oh no, I forgot. Okay, when it's good, when it's something good, it's because God, and when it's something bad, it's because humans are bad. Okay, forgot about that. Real missionaries aren't caked up like that. Good point. It's definite. It's def AI. It looked real.
Yeah, it's. I just kept growing like crazy in the Lord until after.
And in weight because you're fat as fuck.
About
clearly you still engage in gluttony.
Maybe, I don't know, 4 years, 5 years. My pastor and another one of the pastors at the church asked if I would pray about starting a ministry at our church concerning, you know, all
my fucking God.
Things LGBT.
Oh, dude, we just stumbled across a new rabbit hole, guys. We just found a new rabbit hole. Oh, we found a new rabbit hole. Oh my God, guys. Crazy.
And I said, absolutely not.
Right. Sure.
No way, Jose. I don't even want to think about that. I am so enjoying just growing in the Lord.
Trust me, been there, done that. It's like, nope, that's who I used to be. That's not who I am.
Exactly.
I'm not going to do that. And then God has a way of making us be obedient.
Yes, yes. And that is one thing that I did love obedience. I'm like, listen, I'll do missions.
Again, this sounds like some weird fucking BDSM dynamic.
It's work. I'll do whatever. I'll even come in and answer phones at the church, and I don't even know how to do that. Can't work in an office. I'm the worst technology person that you'll ever meet, but I'll do whatever.
Yeah, we can tell you're fucking old.
But I don't want to do that. And they're just like, just pray. And so initially it was, if you want me to do this, Lord, let me know in Jesus' name, amen. You know, and then the Lord was like, that's not how you usually pray. So I.
God, dude. This just sounds like a one-sided relationship. It's just like, okay, you're talking to the voices inside your head. I'm bored of this. I don't feel like watching the rest of this garbage. I guess I'll drop her a sub so I can make fun of her. I'll take a look later. This is her channel, I guess. Patty Height. Out of Egypt Ministries. Okay. Wow. So, this is their grift, I guess. This is how they make money. Yeah, I think we all are tempted to become meth addicts after watching that fucking slop. God, that was a fucking slog. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, I enjoyed doing this live stream. It was fun. And I will see you all in the next one. I love you all to death. I know it's a little bit of a shorter stream. It's only like 4 hours. But, dude, I'm hungry. I'm tired. You get the point. Bye, everyone. See you all in the next one, unless I die in a house fire. That's right. Or will I? Who knows? How do I look, chat? Do I look good? I feel like I look better than normal. Anyways, sorry. Cute and gay. You do look adorable. Thank you. Prettyos. You guys are sweet. Alright. Love you all to death. Goodbye.